Fuck.
It's kind of intimidating, that big bottle with this
Little one.
little one.
It's like, it's cute. Okay.
What one's more filled?
Listen, I'm
Hopefully
not a
that
bitch.
Oh, I am.
You say,
Oh, I definitely
okay,
am.
fine.
Salute. Happy fucking 4th of July.
Wait.
Oh.
Definitely better with lime and salt.
Who doesn't have lime and salt when you're ripping tequila?
Us right now?
Me. Yeah.
It's a good yikes. Yeah.
You know what I think of every time I drink tequila?
What?
There was one night in high school. I think you were there, weren't you?
Probably.
I don't even remember. I just
Maybe.
remember being on the front porch throwing up as people were like, later. It's like, have a good night.
What?
That's all I remember.
At your house?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I only recall like one time offhand at your house that like comes to mind, and I had to catch up. And it was, Cazadores. I remember catching up on those shots.
Could have been that.
It might have been.
Anytime you're
would
catching
track.
up, it's...
Yeah, that would track. Like, I think they might have mentioned some, puking had already taken place. But I got off a PM shift, so, and I had blood on my shirt, and it was great. That was that day where I was like, let me roll up my sleeve.
You weren't working where you are now then?
No, I was working in psych then.
Okay.
Yeah.
God damn.
Just, I wasn't going to change. Like, I had worn a skirt and everything on purpose. Yeah, no.
You gotta just go.
No, I was handling my shit. It was fine. just roll up your sleeve. Just, fold it just right. Nothing's there.
Just hide it. Well, a little blood adds character.
Yeah.
It's like, hey.
Who doesn't get blood on themselves?
I'm here for character development now.
Okay, I'm tired of character development. Let's be honest. That's some shit. Character is developed.
That's what I say whenever things suck. I'm like, this is just for character development. It's all for the plot.
It's all for the plot. This plot's taking like
damn,
so many
turns.
turns. Yeah, like Jesus.
When are we actually going to move past this point?
Like, what is happening?
That's how I feel about California. I just keep looking out and I'm like, this is just for the plot. It's like, unless the world blows up. And then we need new writers writing this.
Yeah, I stopped paying attention.
Did you see the debate?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope, I have heard about the debate.
Man.
I've heard nothing good about the debate. And I'm just like, this is exactly why I did not watch it. Like, I have enough. There are plenty of things going on. I had someone hand me the resignation letter, like, they just want to hear you go, and like dropped it. And I was like, damn.
No 2 weeks.
No, and I didn't even know what it was because I was in the middle of something. Somebody else was out, and so I was covering a different person's desk. And that was dropped, and I was like, oh, okay.
And they just quit that day?
Yeah.
Ooh.
They were done. It was valid.
How important is the 2 weeks thing from like a managerial perspective?
2 weeks it's nice if you're like, managing, because you have an opportunity to try and find somebody beforehand. I mean, you're busting ass to try and get somebody in 2 weeks, don't get me wrong, because, but at the very least, like, less time with people struggling and then trying to train somebody. So it helps. Any amount of time helps.
Just a little heads up. Hey, you should probably start looking for somebody because I'm not going to be here.
Yeah, just by the way, this place sucks and or I'm tired. Like, that's fine. I get it. It's healthcare. You just get nobody that goes to healthcare, like, that is going to be visiting an office or anything is healthy usually in that moment. They got something going on. So they have, some sort of thing, and then they're not going to be the nicest because anytime that you're like too tired or sick or whatever, you're not as nice of a human being. So that's every person that you're going to talk to is either taking care of somebody who's sick or is sick. So of course you're going to be just, as a worker, abused constantly. That's
gotta suck though, knowing you're just going to be get shafted at work by some random person who's just probably having a bad day.
Oh yeah, they're all having bad days. Not all, but I mean, some people handle it better than others. But if you also are, try to remember that this person's dealing with X, Y, and Z thing and just thank God you don't have that going on. It doesn't necessarily excuse them from being assholes, but especially someone throws something, that definitely does not excuse that. But at the very least, there's some understanding.
You want one of these?
What is that?
Have you Zins?
No. Why? That is nicotine.
That is nicotine.
What is wrong with you?
Nicotine's great.
No.
We're nicotine advocates over here.
No. I stopped smoking.
Sponsor the podcast. Did you really? Congratulations.
Yeah, literally.
Wow.
It's been since... I was barely still taking drugs.
Well, that's just, there's no tobacco in that, but...
It doesn't. It's nicotine and... You don't get addicted to the tobacco. It's the nicotine.
Nicotine's actually neuroprotective. Did you know that?
No.
Cognitive enhancer. Nicotine itself is not bad for you. I believe it does or can raise blood pressure, but nicotine itself isn't bad. It's the tobacco and stuff that it's mixed with. You're like, I'm going to fact check this one.
That shit is fucking addictive. And
what is it like to quit cigarettes? Because those are the big ones.
When shit really, really hits the fan, like it does pop into the head a little bit there. But thankfully, I just remember how disgusting it tastes now, which is awesome. And I don't like fake flavor, so I could not fuck with vapes because that stuff, I had one bad experience on it where I got sunsick when I had first tried a vape. And there wasn't even nicotine or anything in it. TLDR, I vomited, and that ruined it after that. I was good. So I can never get behind vaping. Shit sucks, and cigarettes just fucking taste and smell awful. So, but it doesn't always work out like that in the head. My biggest thing was just not wanting to go downstairs when I first moved out. It helped a lot. Because you have to go outside to smoke cigarettes. And my bedroom was upstairs when I moved out of that place that I was in with those humans that I lived with. And so the only thing bringing me outside was literally the dog.
Man, it's funny what it can take to motivate you to be like, okay, I'm done. I just don't want to walk downstairs.
Fuck it. Like, I'm literally like, I'm in bed. I'm good. Like, I'm just going to I'm either working or just trying to just body recovering time.
Did cigarettes taste good when you were smoking them? Or was it always kind of I don't really like this, but I like the feeling that I get from it?
You adjust taste-wise. Yeah. So, they didn't taste bad when I was a regular smoker. But before that, I had also started smoking joints a little more frequently. And those, I got some really great tasting joints. It's just some good fucking weed. And that was night and day. So I would remember smoking cigarettes for a second, at the bar even, and then being I'd rather smoke a joint. And I said, fuck it. I'm I'm going home. I'm going to go chill at the house. There's no reason for me to be drinking in public in any way. So that started prior to leaving. So that definitely helped. Just making a mess.
I know.
That is alcohol abuse.
I was waiting until I got back on the... Mike, you're a professional at this point because you were talking the whole time I'm walking around the room because you spilt some tequila on the table.
Oh, that was me. I'm the spiller for sure.
You just kept going. I was listening, but you just kept going.
Well,
you got to start a podcast now. It's easier when I'm not here. I don't have to look at you. I can just pretend I'm here alone.
Pretend this is just a solo gig. No, I ramble for I'm constantly rambling. It's a problem.
I can ramble to myself, but I can't ramble on camera alone. I tried to do motorcycle vlogs way back in the day, a long time ago.
A motorcycle vlog?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
So I would be riding my motorcycle around Corvallis.
Oh my God, I forgot you had. Okay, I read you actually had a motorcycle.
Yeah.
I was this is the weirdest
pedaling my bike around.
Yeah, I was that's kind of...
And I couldn't do it. I would listen back and it would just be me just sounding retarded for an hour.
You said the R word?
I did. We're opening strong.
Yeah,
it's 4th of July.
Wow.
This is America. This is America Day.
This feels very fucking American. Yeah, officially.
I need a flag in the background.
Yeah. I'm shocked. You need the rest of the colors. You don't have white on. You got
blue. I don't have anything. I had an American flag baseball tee from the frat, but I don't know.
From the frat.
I don't know where it is. Got lost in the move.
R.I.P.
Still want to hear about these cigarettes here in a sec. Number 2.
Awful.
We're 5 minutes in.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Yeah. How long had you been smoking cigarettes?
Off and on for... You didn't even finish that.
Oh, fuck me.
Off and on for many years.
Did you pour me some more while I wasn't looking? What just happened here?
I'm a magician, obviously. No, I'm going to call you out on not doing the things. You're a dude. You have more ability to handle the alcohol. You got to keep up.
I think I'm a lightweight now. I've been doing carnivore-ish. And so all I eat is ground beef, heart, and sourdough bread. I found this sourdough bread that only has 5 ingredients.
Fucking love sourdough bread.
Oh,
that shit slaps.
how great is bread? Just period.
Oh, it's fantastic.
French bread,
dude.
Sourdough.
There was literally a time in high school where I had to like go, oh shit, I need to eat something with protein in it because I'd only been eating like sugar and
Just
bread. Yeah, no, it hit. And I was like, I feel bad. And then Crystal was like, what have you been eating? Frosted sugar cookies, for sure. I think brownies.
Those frosted sugar cookies are intense.
Yeah, they're awful, but they're great. I don't know what it is. There's like...
You either love them or you hate them.
I'm like, as one person, I love and hate them. Oh. Like, there are times where I'm like, this is literally disgusting. And there's other times where I'm like, this diabetes is it. This is all I want.
You would be a good person to ask this. I have been hearing, I was listening to a podcast the other day with a guy who had been studying Alzheimer's and dementia. Oof. And supposedly there's some research or some doctors maybe out of Europe who are trying to make the claim that Alzheimer's is actually type 3 diabetes. They're trying to correlate those two words. That it's actually just diabetes, but of the brain. Does that sound like...
Huh. Well...
Bring out your doctorate degree here for me.
I got nothing. I can talk to you about like heat sealing your vein real quick. And then, how bad venous insufficiency is and wound care maybe. But yeah, no, from what I recall regarding like all of that, like your brain literally can be shrinking. It's pretty fucked. Like what happens to the brain.
Me.
Yeah, it is
dementia.
fucked. But sugar, there's alcohol dementia. What's in alcohol? I mean, that's part of it. Poison and sugar, different types of sugar for sure. Sugar. I mean, we do an awful thing with it. It triggers everything in our brain that drugs do.
Have you ever seen Rotten on Netflix?
No.
It's pretty good. It's about like the food industry and sugar and chocolate and how all of these giant companies kind of just throw their weight around to do whatever they want. I was watching one about water and water bottles and how it's Nestle and I think Coke and Pepsi own the two big ones. It's like Aquafina and another one. That. And it's just crazy what they do.
Yeah. I didn't realize, side to that with water, I didn't realize how bad your water was out of the tap half the time.
Water freaks me out.
Dude.
I'll be honest. Tap water?
I killed a plant using tap water. Like, that was it. The plant died from tap water because I didn't use filtered water because I thought that they would be extra when they said I need to use filtered water. No, our water was really that bad. And I was like, I'm not giving my dog this. No. Yeah. People call me bougie for giving her filtered water. I'm like, apparently not.
I get shit for drinking bottled water. They're like, just drink tap water. I'm like, what is really in, not necessarily even from a standpoint of what are they adding to the water with fluoride and all that, but what about the pipes? How often are they checking the pipes, replacing them?
Places do not do that enough.
Flint, Michigan, any of this ringing a bell?
Sound like anything familiar? No, they don't check shit. The last rental that I moved into, my first water bill was over $700 because they didn't bother to check that they had a pipe leaking underneath the house.
Did you have to pay for that?
I did pay for that.
Oh, wow.
I wasn't even in there for, I don't know. I'm a fucking pushover.
You gotta fight that.
I gotta continue emailing them because there's like a chunk of shit they decided to throw on there when I moved out of like them replacing stuff, but stuff that doesn't actually, like, yeah. I'm like,
that shouldn't be on you.
I'm like, you're upgrading the house finally. God bless. That's not my problem.
This was the place before this one.
Yeah, one I just moved out of. And I'm like, I'm so happy. That was definitely in my email.
Was the leak in the apartment or?
It was under the house, thankfully.
That's not your fault.
No, that one, yeah.
You got to send them the bill and say, hey guys, it's pony up here.
Yeah, no, some of the things that they're like replacing, we're like, we're going to put a new doorknob on here because they had the original antique gas doorknob that sucked. I'm like,
this is for the Victorian?
Yeah, I'm like, why is this on my move out thing? Like, this list? I'm like, that's bullshit. But
water freaks me out. Water's a big one. When I was back in Troy, they told us don't drink the tap water. And that's when I started thinking, what? Because I'd been drinking tap water my whole life. Never thought about it.
Yeah.
Like, don't drink the tap water.
There's specific places where you don't do it. I know some spots in Oregon where they definitely do not drink it, where it's like super sulfury and you can smell it as soon as you like turn the pipe on. I'm like, what in the egg is happening here? Like, It just smells like someone's making egg salad sandwiches, and you're just like, this is ridiculous. So yeah, that's like in your face obvious. We do have better tap water here at the coast than most places, I feel like. But even here, you know, homeowners will get the notice, which we have had in Humboldt County, of like, hey, actually the feces content was higher than it's supposed to be in the water.
How
that
about
wasn't safe to
estrogen
drink.
and Plan B and all of this shit?
What?
Yeah, that is also in tap water. They've done tests and found out that like hormones and
just also
just
in there.
floating around in the water. I need to bring somebody on here that is a water treatment
person. Yeah. You gotta
say,
like look
hey,
into that further. Definitely.
Because I feel like it's easy to just spiral out of control when you start looking at water. You're like, what are we actually
a lot
drinking?
of it's concerning.
Talk to me about fluoride. What are we doing with the fluoride in the water?
You're not supposed to swallow it. Why is it in water?
It's
like that. I mean,
a toxin, right? It damages your brain.
But why would you want to damage your population's brain?
I had a dentist who was cleaning my teeth, and I was talking to her about fluoride. This was back during COVID, and so she had a mask on. Yeah. She's cleaning my teeth, and we're talking about it, and I was like, hey, I don't want to sound like I'm, you know, some crazy person, but what's the deal with fluoride? And she stops and she looks at me and she says, well, it damages your brain. I was like, oh, this is not what I thought she was going to ride fluoride and say, oh yeah, you should brush your teeth with fluoride. It's not that bad. People are kind of, you know, like losing it a little bit, losing the plot.
You don't swallow it though.
And yet we drink it.
Exactly. You're not supposed to be drinking it. That's the point. Like, you're not supposed to swallow it. They emphasize the shit out of that for your mouth care. Do not swallow this. But then they put it in the water. And
with the water, I know that they supposedly put it in at a dose that is low enough where you're not going to see any negative effect, right? That would be the pitch. If I was a water treatment guy saying, hey, Angel, you can drink it. It's low dose. But
dose varies depending on the person, size of the person,
and
what
how much water are you drinking?
Yeah.
I'm drinking liters of water a day. Maybe that's why I'm doing a podcast now. Maybe that's all brain damage.
I mean, that could be it. I don't know.
Thanks for backing me up on that.
I keep agreeing to come on it.
Wow.
So.
Okay, so we're in the same boat.
Yeah. I mean, I refuse to listen to these afterwards. Not because it's great. I'm over here. Yeah, like, why would I want to hear myself? My voice, number one, yikes. Number two, the rambling. I'm sorry. I said what? No, thank you.
I try not to think about it after it happens. I'm like, okay, we did the podcast.
No, I'm like, that's just, I hung out with my friend. That was it. Yeah. I'm like, that's all. It's like, this is the only way you can hang out with Nicholas now.
That's my problem. It is real though, right?
It's true. Yeah. I don't think I have hung out with you one time in the past, like, 6 years that was not in this podcast.
I think the last time I hung out with somebody off the podcast was Dustin's wedding, which was in...
Dustin was married?
Dustin got married.
Shit.
Yeah, to Sabrina. Yeah.
Oh, that tracks.
Mr. and Mrs. Punch.
Damn.
I think that was last June.
I keep track of nothing. Oh, God, I hope I see Crystal today. In theory, I'm going to a barbecue that they might be attending. So, fingers crossed.
Very vague, but
yeah,
potential's there.
The potential is there. Well, I also have to like actually go there, and that's like more socialization, which
that's the hard part.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to socialize on a regular basis. And like, my dog obviously wants me to be home. Like,
and you don't have to worry about him talking too much. You can kind of just sit there with him.
Yeah, she'll exist. And
that's your girl? What kind of dog?
She is a German Shepherd pit mix. Same one I've had.
Okay.
That I got with ex-human being.
I don't think I've seen your dog.
What? She is a big dork. But yeah, daycare's closed today because it's 4th of July. She also goes to doggy daycare since I've taken sole custody of the dog. Since I moved out and took sole custody of the dog, I enrolled her in daycare. How
does that work when you break up with somebody and you have a dog? Do you just take the dog? Is there some dispute over that?
I mean, in this situation, it was pretty like they were, doing the whole I can't afford it, so on and so forth thing. And I'm like, okay, bet. So I need to find, I'm going to take her with me wherever I go, which is why it was harder to get out. Like, we broke up in April. I didn't vacate the premises until like August. Don't get me wrong, that premises had a 1-year lease that went into October. But still, like, I wasn't able to get out of the house. There was an extra bedroom, so that was fine. They just went into the other room, the guest room. It's like, keeping my big ass bathroom. Thank you. But yeah, it was definitely interesting.
It's going to be kind of hard living with an ex. And saying, okay, we're going to keep our space. You take your room. I'll take the dog.
Yeah, I'm like, she's like, no, she sleeps in here. Like, let's be honest. Because they did try to like take her a couple of times and she just would be at the door like, let me go back with mom. And I'm like, it's not my fault. Okay, I'm the cuddlier person. I'm going to tell you. Like, that rolls. But yeah, definitely interesting for sure. The whole experience. A lot to unpack there. A lot of shit's like fucked. You ever get into like a toxic relationship and you're not like in it? Like once you get out of it, your brain starts like pulling things up and you're like, oh my God. That is interesting. That was a fucking trip.
It's weird how you can't see it when you're in it, but other people can see it.
You justify it though. Like you justify it for all these reasons. Like you'll always have some sort of like, oh, like whatever it is, you'll find a justification. If they're, a piece of shit, they'll have you, think that you deserve it. Things like that. Or yeah, you have reasons and you stay and you put up with it. And then when you're finally out of that, for whatever the reason may be, it is, it's fucking jarring. It is fucking jarring.
And especially you get into a toxic relationship and you can find out that pretty rapidly it's just you and that person, that you've almost co-isolated. And then you're like, where are my friends at? Where is everybody? And then you get sucked deeper into that. So it's harder to actually, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah. My mother told me, because I thought it was crazy. She never said anything about him. Anything negative. And then like the 9. I went to her house because I do laundry there still. So I was hanging out at her house and I was chatting with her and I was like, another like thing had come to mind. I was like, how the fuck did you not say anything? Like in this scenario, how did you not say anything? Because like at one point he had lived with me at her house.
So your mom knew him pretty well.
Yeah. And I'm like, you said nothing. And her response was, I didn't want you to cut me off. Like I didn't want me saying something negative about this person to then mean I wouldn't have contact with you. And I was like, oh my God.
Damn.
And like, how wrong was she? Like I didn't try to cut people off necessarily, but when someone's sitting there like talking and saying things so consistently like negative, I mean, manipulative assholes are gonna be manipulative and assholes. Guaranteed. It's gonna happen. It's 10 out of 10.
Do you wish that she would have said something? Pulled you aside and said, hey, Angel, what are we doing?
Yeah. There are times when I definitely genuinely wish she just said something for sure. Because confirmation from her, the woman who doesn't say much, she's very, she's non-confrontational. There were times when I do recall desperately being like, I want her to say, like, please. But it tracks heavily that she did not make a response, that she didn't say anything in that time frame. It's crazy. I don't know.
We're going to get real here for a second.
Just go for it.
God damn. 4th of July.
Like 4th of July, like God bless America.
I went out with you guys one time. Do you remember that?
Yes, the only time that we've hung out in the past like some odd years that wasn't on the podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, we went out. We were grabbing drinks. I don't know if I told you this. I was under the, allegedly under the influence of maybe some marijuana prior to that.
Fucking stoner.
Yeah. I had popped, allegedly, maybe I had taken an edible or something before going
Allegedly. I like this allegedly. Bet.
Allegedly. And I was watching you guys interact. And I kind of wanted to talk to you and say, hey, are you doing, like, what's going on? How are you feeling? But I didn't know if it was my place because I care about you. You're my friend. But sometimes you don't know where that boundary is. So I can kind of relate to your mom of saying, okay, maybe I just hold off on that.
A lot of people go with the don't saying anything option. And it was crazy to find out how many posts. Also, that's insane because I remember that night as not being a bad one interaction-wise. Like, he was behaving like, he put on like a decent show in my mind that evening. So,
oh man, that's so funny.
Which is like not good, but like, yeah, like, no, they put on a show.
I mean, not that it was anything bad. Not, I don't want to make it sound like he was.
It was bad. No,
you guys
no,
were
he was
fighting on the table or something. You were.
Although we had fought like at public spaces.
Yeah. I got that impression.
Yeah, he's stormed
not physically.
out. No, verbal bullshit. Like stormed out when the steaks arrived at like Cafe Waterfront. The guy, there's the waiter I think that works there that multiple times was like, "You deserve better."
Oh, to you?
To me.
Oh man.
And I was like, okay.
Did you
like,
know him?
Sitting there. No, I don't
Just
know this person at
stranger.
all. Just the fucking interactions that it took place at this one restaurant because he had also liked that restaurant, my ex. And I was like, yeah, like we'll continue going there. This is really embarrassing though, because like you literally like, and it was when we were at the fucking bar portion of it. So it's right there, or Waterfront Cafe. I can't remember if it's Cafe Waterfront, Waterfront Cafe, but it's one in Old Town. But yeah, it fucking killed. I'm like, God damn. And I forgot all about that. So I went there the other day and that guy was there. And
did he say anything?
No, he didn't say anything. He just seemed happy that I like, he was just polite. And I wasn't, obviously, with, that previous human being. So I was like, I remember that and I was like, oh shit. Right. I vacated this place like literally.
Avoided it like the plague.
Yeah, like I literally just like had to pay, after like all this food arrives and no one's there. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess I'll take my steak to or like, yeah, I'll take my sandwich or whatever it was.
For me?
Yeah, I'm like, I'm so sorry this is just now coming out. As you can tell, I gotta go now.
It's hard when you're in moments like that because you don't know, from an outside perspective, you don't want to cross any lines and you don't know what your place is, and you're not in the relationship, right? So you're only seeing what you're seeing in that moment or in moments past. But
toxic relationships, both parties are going to end up being toxic. Like there's no way around that, I feel like.
That's the crazy thing, right? Is if you're somewhat stable and maybe your partner's not quite there and it starts sliding, you get roped into that. Yeah. You're not going to just maintain sanity. You're going to become crazy in that world.
No, well, and that's part of it too. Like if it's one of those people who's very manipulative, your worldview is going to shift based on how they make it shift around you, which is why it's like, that's why people have like grooming and things like that and how bad that is. Not saying that was like one of those situations, though I did start dating him when I was 19 and he definitely was like 23 or something at the time.
That's not crazy.
That's not bad. Like that's not bad time like thing, but when you're older and old enough, there are people that like try and push the whole, like, I know better. I'm older than you. I know better. Or, oh, you haven't seen this yet. Oh, how this negatively affects things. Like, and just, there's like weird twisting that can start. And people really should just listen to themselves 110% and continue doing that 110%. And if your partner does not like you listening to yourself or the people that you care about, you should absolutely flip them the fuck off and vacate. Just saying, like, at any point, always do that. Better option.
It's like a cancer, though. Once it gets its hooks in you, it is. I'm under the belief that you're not going to see it until you're ready to see it. No matter what anybody says, no matter what they do, you're going to be in it until you're finally able to see it. And some people never reach that point. They're married, they have kids.
You could even see it, though. Like, that's like, it's not even just seeing it. Like, you can know that it's bad. And you can just be trying your best to make it better. You could be justifying it like it could be worse. Like, this is how it's not as bad as it could be. Like, you can be totally aware this is just not good. And of course, there's going to be promises like, it'll get better, therapy, blah, blah, blah. Let's be honest, it never actually works. They don't even follow through. But it just, you constantly are just going to keep doing everything you possibly can to keep things afloat. And on some level, I remember there was a point in time where my only reason I hadn't left was I don't want another person to be going through this.
Really? You thought that?
There was a point in time where I was like, if it's not me, it's going to be somebody else. And are you willing to let somebody else go through that? That was a fucking thought at one point.
That's so crazy that you were kind of falling on the sword in some sense.
I'm like, what's going to happen? You can, and then, I realized that it didn't matter that it was a monogamous relationship. Other people were going to be falling on that sword anyway, apparently. So I was like, at this point, fuck it. I was like, I'm out.
What was the catalyst? When did you finally come to that realization?
I mean, The catalyst took place, and I didn't vacate for, was that 21? It took like until 23 to actually be able to get out. The catalyst took
Happened 2 years before you got out.
Yeah, because I mean, getting out was a whole thing. Like, it was a whole fucking process. The catalyst was, they had been pushing, like, complete disregard of like my own feelings and so on, pushing for some shit. And then I had family member after family member die in the course of 4 weeks. Like, my grandpa Rob passed away. And then my grandma Linda, who I would live with her every fucking summer. Like, this was like my second parent. No offense, Dad. But like, my actual second parent was my grandma Linda. And then 2 days later, my Aunt Rissy passed away from COVID complications and whatnot. And this person didn't give a shit enough to let me grieve and just to let me have that, and instead was pushing me to go out to the bars and to do and attempt X, Y, and Z or whatever. Didn't give a shit. I remember like begging, like, I want to stay home and just cry, please. And that was at the catalyst. Like, there's just no fucks given. Like, there was no understanding. There was nothing. And one of their big things that they threw around all the time was that their mother had died. And that they had to take care of their sister. I took care of their sister when they took care of their sister. They borrowed money from their sister, who's on disability. Like, the fuck? Makes no sense. Doesn't track in the slightest. That catalyst hit, and I had no way of getting him out of the house, because I was at my mom's at that time. And I was like, what am I going to do? And that was the only reason we were in a relationship, because he would break up with me, realize within like 4 hours that he had nowhere to go, and would take it back. All the time. All the time. And I was like, I have to get them out of the house. And that's why I got the place that we moved into that I left him at. And I got that on my own.
Which is huge.
Yeah, they're like, yep, proving you for that. And yeah, so I got it on my own, and then got, them out of the house. And then he realized he could tell people that I was abusive, which was really fun.
He told people that?
Yeah, there was like an entire office that thought I was, at the very least, like, if not physically abusive, at the very least, like, controlling, like, wouldn't let him have female friends, which is not the case. I have a lot of dude friends and a lot of female friends. I have both sides. I give no fucks. I have non-binary, trans, etc. There are no fucks given in that front. The reason that he had that he was able to use was me going, can you please not sext your coworker? And that turned into, I'm not allowed to have female friends. And I'm like, no, it's your ex-girlfriend FaceTiming you at 10 p.m. That hits the, like, why don't you just answer it while I'm here? Like, it shouldn't be an issue to answer it while I'm present. Like, nothing's, like, it's not weird. Like, I answer phone calls from my friends while you're present. Like,
you were really drawing a hard line there, Angel.
Yeah.
Kind of restricting his freedom a little bit.
Yeah, I was really fucked up on my end, obviously.
Well, and who's still FaceTiming their ex?
Oh, no, they got back into contact in that time frame.
While you two were still together?
Yeah. It was just 6 years of some fuckery.
You two dated for 6 years?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, 6 years. Of fuckery.
When was that night we all went out? That was
a few years in.
That was COVID-ish, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think we had to wear masks.
Well, I think if you were outside, you didn't have to wear a mask. So it might have been like
21, 22?
It might, yeah. I mean, it might have been after. I can't remember if it was after or before that catalyst moment, to be honest. It was probably like right in there. Probably had to be at least 21. But some shit.
God damn.
You do it. I don't know. When you're in a situation and you're determined, like, nope, I've signed up for this. It is what it is.
It's
and you're
almost
one of those people,
fight or flight, and it's just drawn out.
You stay in
become a
that
daily thing.
Yeah. You never leave it. I mean, I remember, this is fucked. For the past year, I was like, damn, I kind of wish I didn't have as happy of a home life because I need to stay at work late and I'd rather go home. Like, now I actually want to go home. Whereas before, I'm like, yeah, I'll take the really shitty text until like 7, 8 o'clock. It's fine. I gotta get the money anyway. Like,
working to take your mind off of it.
Yeah, like there's always shit that needs to get done at work, but normally there's like a healthy boundary of like, no, I need to go like have my home life and like my time as well. If you don't want to be home, it is way easier just to work your fucking ass off, which is terrible, but it is. I mean, because it's like you're gonna get shit either way. but at least if you opt into working, you're going to get shit and not have to actually go deal with it right away. Like, it's like, all right, whatever. Like, they'll come home when they decide to at whatever time later anyway. Like, might as well work and then go home when you're ready, and it doesn't really matter. But now there's a dog. I mean,
Which is
I've
way
had
better.
her the whole
Come on.
time. Yeah, I've had her the whole time. Don't get me wrong, for the most part. Like 1 year, and I think is when we got her. But there were other people in the house that took care of her. You know, took her to the bathroom and so on. So now it is just myself, which is why she's in doggy daycare during the workday. Yeah, because I'm like, I'm not gonna leave a dog to sit at home all day. Like, she wouldn't even tear anything up. It's just torture. Like, come on, it's an animal.
Do you have a backyard?
I don't now. I did at the last place, but it honestly didn't matter having a backyard there because there was this little gap in the fence where the next door neighbor's dog, also a female dog, would like hit they'd be going at it at that little spot on the fence, like trying to fight through it because they're both like, I gotta protect my human. And they're both doing it, and I'm like, this is great. Full support, but fuck. So it didn't matter. Like, I couldn't leave her out there. I had to make sure the other dog wasn't out there and the back door wasn't open before I could take her out there. She ended up going on just a bunch of walks anyway. It was like, might as well not worry about having a yard.
Yeah, probably a safer call.
And I wouldn't want to leave her out in a yard anyway. She is fucking, if she wanted to escape any yard, she probably could. She's a smart little asshole.
We had a dog like that when I was growing up. And he got out and he eventually got hit by a car. It's pretty hard.
That's...
Yeah, I was pretty young. I might have been like
the worst.
6, I think. I have a faint memory of him. I remember him being a really good dog. And just one day we got a phone call that he got out and somebody had hit him. And luckily they had, called us.
Yeah, they weren't like an asshole. They actually cared.
Yeah, if you're going to... Yeah. I mean, it's not your fault, but you should definitely call and say, hey, just a heads up. This is what happened. As
someone who has hit a dog once, yeah.
Did you call?
Yeah. I literally found where the guy was and everything. Like, the dog was okay. The vet bills actually got coordinated, but they didn't die, thankfully. But yeah, you would never... I would want that. Like, you can't just leave
crazy.
Leave a
just
fucking
hit somebody's pet. I see a lot of cats that have been hit and are just lying on the side of the road.
I thankfully have not seen the cat.
I see a lot of cats.
I see the raccoons and I see the skunks, but I don't usually see the cats.
Man, relationships are so...
Well, they can be interesting for sure.
If you could go back and avoid having gotten in the relationship in the first place, would you or you? Is there some kind of light at the end of the tunnel?
Part of me not leaving the room when I had moved out and gotten to that new place, the Victorian, was you exhaust the living shit out of your body. Like, more than working in mental health in a locked unit where people can, shit can happen, and, assaults were not unfrequent. Like, they happened enough for sure. I was exhausted. It took me eons to get out of bed and be able to do stuff. If I could go back in time, I would have left probably, I should have stayed gone the first time that they had been the first time that they went against my core beliefs, my core, not being a piece of shit, and not let them talk me into, this is why I'm actually not a piece of shit for being a cunt. I would have gone then, and I should have stuck then with that and not allowed them to talk me out of anything. Because I had left 1 week in. They had pulled, we're going to go deep. Anyway.
Oh, should we take this first?
This is my last shot then.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
We're gonna wait. I gotta wait at least an hour.
Cut to you 20 minutes in. Okay, where's the next shot?
That's 3 shots.
I'm gonna grab another beer.
As you should. But sadly, like most women, they've been, you're assaulted at some point, usually as a woman, and often as a man as well. Super common for males. They just, gets reviewed less. A week into us actually dating, they made a comment when I had told them about like an incident that had happened. And there was alcohol involved in said incident. And their response was, you shouldn't have been drinking. Like, you shouldn't, you shouldn't drink then. Like, you shouldn't, like, it's not, you trusted your friends and these people that you had known. Like, it maybe like, check in and make sure you have other people around you that you can actually trust, like fully on that level, whatever. It was just, you shouldn't have been drinking and this was your fault. And I was like, I'm gonna step out. And that's when I was like, I'm done. Like, I'm good. And I vacated. And then like they would then do in the future many times before, they like, did some begging and bullshit and like, no, you misunderstood. It's because I care and all this and that. Yeah, crap. And I should have stuck to the guns right there of just like, no, like, even if there are ways that you can prevent something better, which there's always going to be ways to, help prevent things and minimize them and so on. You don't hit somebody with the, yeah, no, that's entirely on you for sure. That like super traumatic thing, all your fault. Because I'm like, are you going to say that to like a kid? Or like, in those scenarios, like.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing to say.
Yeah, it's like, really? Like, is it a child's fault when they, I can go hard. But anyway, sorry. But I was like, you can kind of fuck yourself. And if I was going to redo things, I would have stuck with the go fuck yourself right then. And been like, whatever you say from that point on, I can still, and he was a coworker also. Like, I can still work with you and I can still like be cordial, but not worth dating.
Is that how you two met?
Yes. And then, which is kind of funny because now I find it to be a red flag when people date their coworkers because apparently they continue to date their coworkers like a lot. Not myself personally.
But some people.
Yeah. They can just continue to, I'm like, wow, like this is your pool. Because there's definitely like one human. Yeah, anyway, they do that a lot. It's a thing. I'm not going to go that hard. We're going to draw back a little bit.
Wait for shot 4.
Yeah. Anyway, TLDR. Man. Some shit, man. Some shit.
Relationships kind of freak me out a little bit.
They're fucking crazy. Yeah, that is like mortifying. Like, you're agreeing to be with a human being. You should definitely make sure you have all the bodily autonomy going 100% of the time.
Well, I think people are a little, I don't know if too cavalier is the right word, but we just don't. I don't think dating today is what dating used to be.
No, it's like,
it's not, hey, do we connect? Do we have similar values? Do we enjoy our company? It's, usually you're having sex pretty fast. And then when sex gets involved, everything else gets a little murky.
Yeah. And no, it's kind of awful, honestly, like the dating scenarios these days. Like, in general, it's crazy. People just either are super, super casual and no fucks are given, or they jump into, some fucking bullshit so they're either like hyper, I'm 100%, or the opposite, hyper, like, nah, I'm going to do whatever the fuck. And that is a lot of our generation, sadly. Like, and the upcoming ones, they just have that casual vibe constantly that's very, very casual. And we're having had that discussion recently about like, what do you think is casually dating? What does that mean to you? Like, what's that line?
What does that mean to you?
I think like when you're casually dating somebody, if it's agreed upon, you could potentially be dating other people, but they're also, in my mind, should be open communication with that person that you've established that you're dating, like what that entails. Some people are totally chill with people sleeping with multiple humans and all that jazz. Some people aren't. It depends on what your comfort levels are, but you should be communicating all those things. That should be active conversations. In my mind, and I'm not a great communicator, but I advocate heavily for communication, and I try my fucking hardest, but it's not always the easiest. But they should be doing all that. Usually what I see in casual dating is people like semi going on dates and whatnot, like with your multiple like dating profiles, and they got, they have the situationships like crazy where it's like, they send me all like the, wifey memes and whatnot, but like
it's
we're
like
not
the love bombing. but not dating.
Yeah, like they say all these things, but like, this is shitty if my friend hears this one. But like, I asked them to go to the fair and they were like LOL about it instead. And then later like went with their family after they didn't want to go to the fair. And I'm like, I mean, I understand definitely doing things that I wouldn't want to do for like loved ones, but also like
communication.
I would also, yeah, I'd be like, hey, I don't act like, it's not because I didn't want to go with you. I just didn't want to go in general. But my mom asked me, so I will be doing this or something. Like, I personally would give that information. Otherwise, it just looks like I don't want to be seen out with you in daylight hours.
Ooh, that's tough. That's a hard thing to swallow.
That's not my story, but yeah, that one's a little, I was like,
I don't want to be seen out with you in daylight hours.
Like, that's how that's interpreted. Like, if you're not willing to, I mean, that was definitely how they interpreted it when they were relaying that info to me. And I was like, I hear you. The fuck you is a little hard there. I'm not going to lie. Because there was there was nothing. No explanation. Nothing whatsoever. And I was like, fuck. They sound like an asshole. Yeah, a bit. I'm not going to lie. I was like, damn. And I'm like, just don't hit them up. I don't know. At this point, I've spent 6 years not going after my own peace. So I'm a very big advocate on my own fucking peace.
I think the peace thing can be a double-edged sword because you get so comfortable being alone and not having someone fuck with you that
it's hard.
You maybe miss out or ignore potential good relationships. Not everyone's a piece of shit. Probably most people probably aren't. But if you're coming off a bad one, you're like, I'm going to be a little more guarded than maybe I should be.
No, and that is true. Like, I had downloaded and deleted dating apps like at least 5 times. It's like I would download it and then I was like, oh, okay, good to know.
This
like
is what's out here? Yeah,
there's a lot. Yeah, I was like, okay, like there's a lot of options. That's too many options. I'm like, we're just gonna cut that one. Like Jesus Christ. Yeah, people just be going. Like those things are. And I know for like women it is different than like for men at times. I hear tell of women having, higher numbers because men are just like constant yesing, like always, or like if I can hit it, I can hit it kind of mentality. But when you come out of your like peace mode and try to look at that is an overwhelming fucking thing. You're like, no, thank you. I'm all right. Fuck all that. Because you get some weird messages too, and you're like, what's wrong with you?
What is it from a girl's perspective? Were you on like Tinder?
Yeah, I did Tinder and Bumble. I had downloaded Hinge, but I never set up a profile.
So when you're getting these messages, is it from people like actually potential suitors or just weird people that you're instantly thinking, no, this is not happening?
Well, like you swiped right, to get the messages. Like they can't. That's not entirely true. They can, like, I don't know if they have to pay or whatever, but there was, like, some older people that popped up on there. Like, you can put, like, a little message when they swipe right, I guess, or something. And it was, like, a weird message of, like, I'll more or less be your sugar daddy. And I was like,
oh,
like, you could
strong
put
opening?
That, like, you could put that on there, like, for when your profile pops up as an option.
So
like,
probably
for me to go right or left.
Service.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a paid service.
Yeah.
Obviously, that was a fucking left swipe. So, like, I do not need that. Also,
yikes,
you're older than my mom. Yikes. But yeah, it happens. It's there. You're just getting messages from people that you had swiped right on, whether that's you swiped right because they look pretty or you swiped right because they actually have some common interests or look like they might not be a POS. We'll see. And then some of the messages are just people obviously there's a chunk of guys that obviously just drunk message on Tinder and you can see it just so heavily.
Swiping at 2 a.m.
Yeah, because their messages are just fucked grammar wise. You're like, what is this? Like, sir, did you pass any school at all? No, okay, it's alcohol. Okay, bet. And then there's the chunk of people who are obviously I'm a medical professional. quote unquote, like heavy quotes in that sentence right there. That I'm a medical professional with heavy quotes. So of course, like I'm looking at those ones like a little more grace on some level because I'm like, yeah, okay, like you also do not have time for shit because I don't have time for fucking shit. If I am doing anything outside of like working and taking care of my dog in school, then it is like I am making time for this usually. Like I should probably be at work today, let's be honest, but whatever.
Come on.
Yeah, it's fine. It's
America's
fine.
birthday.
I still put in some hours. It's fine. And those ones are like usually like that's a 50-50 shot within those because those ones are either a genuine like, hey, I'm a doctor, whatever, like I don't have time to go do stuff, or they're the I'm a fuckboy EMT like on call thing.
Is that the go-to for
and
EMTs?
It's fucking hilarious. It was more EMTs than it was doctors doing that. And then lawyers I'll only ever say that they're a lawyer, to be honest. Just if you're a woman, you're just going to get 1,000 messages and then most of them are going to be trash. And half of them are going to be like, let's go get a drink or something. It's like, I probably like if you're going to meet somebody like and actually meet them for the first time and want to do anything that's not just sex, you should opt to like request a non-alcohol related date. Like
So my go-to would be like a coffee. Let's go grab a coffee because it's easy to bail out of.
Yeah.
Finish the drink? Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Like you literally just go like, and that's, I did that recently. Like, well, I say recently, that was October, but you go and you get a coffee and that's a lot easier. If it's too loud at the place, like if you go like Ramones or whatever, then you can go on a walk. Like you can, if you want to do that, if you want to go elsewhere, or there's also an outside area if it's Ramones, like, there's things like that where you can there's other options. And then you're talking to a person that's sober and this is just how they actually attempt to deal with it. Don't get me wrong, but people are super anxious and whatnot, like if they're dating and everything. And there's grace to that. Like you give some like space for it. But in general, Tinder is mostly just a bunch of, hey, hi, you're cute. I want to buy a blank for you or some like weird shit.
I want to buy a blank for you?
Like buy a blank. Yeah. I'll pay for like, yeah, like I'll pay for this and that. And you're like, Jesus Christ. And like, I'm sorry. Is this like, is this the right site? Like, what am I on here? Like, is this like, yeah, right? Like, is that an option? Like, Jesus. Yeah. And it is overwhelming. And I had to reassure somebody recently that had like joined that and they're like, I already deleted it once. And I'm like, that's common. You're going to do that. As a female, you are going to, like, if you're just jumping back in, you're going to probably delete your profile entirely and have to recreate it like 4 times. And that's okay. That's just fucking wild. And people don't do normal stuff. Yeah, they go to each other's houses and they get drunk and they have sex.
Well, it's hard to find somebody off of those sites.
Yeah.
Because what are you going to do? I mean, for me, I only go to the gym to work and do this. So it's like, am I going to hit on a girl at the gym? That gets a little dicey.
Well, that's a gym you go to on a regular basis. Like, do you really...
Do you want to fuck up your gym life? Because my gym's like a sacred ground to me.
Yeah, I
don't know if I want to ruin that piece.
And that's where it gets hard because like there are those like few like people that, that's why they have those like little candles and things like that online. We're like, you're my favorite thing,
A candle?
Like, oh yeah, there's like candles and like little like necklaces and so on. I have multiple friends. Well, I've had a couple friends who have posted online that have like married from Tinder is how they had met or like other online dating apps. And so they of course like get their significant other like this little like, you're my favorite thing that I got online or like whatever. And like there's candles and so on. I think I saw one the other day. It's like pinned from Amazon because it's hilarious. That's a candle. And I'm like, that's pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. My favorite thing I got online because there are people that genuinely aren't just looking to have sex, but that's, good luck with that.
Well, it's all going online.
Because you have to go online.
You
like
have
where
to
you,
go
yeah,
online.
like where are you
Where
gonna
meet somebody else?
Yeah, like you're gonna
at the grocery store? Come on.
Like doubtful. The bar, well, chances are if they're frequently there, they're probably an alcoholic. Side note, red flag. Just saying.
But there is some grace in that because if you're going to the bar and you're not an alcoholic and you're looking for somebody, maybe there is someone who's like you that is also doing the same thing. It's just you got to wade through some people.
You have to hope that's the case. If I met me at a bar I would be concerned because I know too many bartenders. Like, admittedly, like that was like my way of spending quality time with my ex was I had to go to whatever bar they were at. That's how I got my quality time and then buy drinks. And so that was, a lot of years. Obviously, I know the bartenders quite a bit. Like,
I don't think that's a red flag though. I think that's almost better because you're not just talking to random people. You're talking to the bartender.
Yeah. And when
you're probably sitting at the bar having an actual conversation. You got to know somebody. I've been to a lot of bars. I don't know any bar. Well, I know maybe one.
Yeah.
That's not like a close relationship, but I know of him.
I don't know. One friend of mine that is a bartender that I will go see on like very stressful. They were doing like Monday evenings, especially. And so I would be like,
that was your go-to.
Like, so, yeah, if it was 7:00, like after I had left the situation that I was in, I do not go to the bar that I used to go to. That was also, I went there because the smoking section was like really nice, but obviously I don't need a smoking section anymore. But a lot of my friends would go to 707, like local. And yeah, like I do have a friend that I literally like, we started going on hikes and stuff a lot more, which we need to do that again because I have not gone on a hike in way too long. It's awful.
We got to go on a hike. I know you texted me about that.
It needs to be a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like an Olive likes to go on hikes, although she's staying on leash because I'm not chasing her down, though she's never run off before. I'm not willing to do it. But yeah, like I obviously know that bartender like pretty fucking well. Like they're my friend. They've come over. They were there for my housewarming party when I was like, hey, housewarming shindig. Like at the last place, I did not throw one at this current place because it is an apartment and I did not want to be that asshole. Because rude, obviously. And it's a small space in comparison. But yeah, like, it's not like always the worst thing, but it can be a red flag for sure. You should probably, if you're trying to meet somebody like in the wild, you should probably go where, you would want to go regularly. But then that gets hard because that would be like the gym where you would.
Or what, you're going to take a yoga class? And hope you bump it in. Come on.
Yeah.
We're getting a little weird.
It gets weird because at that point, like, what do you... I don't know. It's nice if you find someone with common interests, like, for sure. But half the time, you're not going to find them in your own friend group because then they're your friend. And then that's also, like, that's its own problem. Like, I don't know. So, like, yeah. It just gets weird. Like, how do you find somebody without going online these days?
And that's the direction that it's trending.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to know what percentage of people are dating from online starts versus in the real world starts. It's gotta be close. If not more online.
Well, and then for the in-person starts, are they not then mostly coworkers?
That's a big one.
Because when I talk to people, like, and how they've met, usually it's going to be work or some like Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, whatever.
Well, you're with that person for 8 hours a day.
Yeah, like, and you get to know them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like
that's your dating pool.
Sadly.
Except sometimes that backfires. You don't want to...
That can absolutely backfire. Also, like, that's why you end up with, doctors who, then end up dating their medical assistant or
shag a nurse.
Like they're like they're, if they're in an office setting, they're medical assistant. If they're in the hospital setting, they're a nurse. Or they start dating so-and-so and they become like the manager of whatever. Anyway, yeah, like they get weird. Like you see all those things and half the time the shitty thing is half the time, like you hear these stories and they had somebody prior that they were with, and then because they were working constantly with this person, they got with them afterwards. And that whole thing to me is like
That's probably a red flag to pay attention to. Is if someone's bouncing from relationship to relationship a lot, maybe there's something there.
I mean, a lot of times I have seen like those things like stick, but that's also where I'm like, I don't think I'd want to date. I wouldn't mind becoming a doctor. I would not want to necessarily date a doctor unless they were,
just because of the personality type?
No, I can deal with that shit for sure. For sure. I can be arrogant if I want to be 100%. Not saying all doctors are arrogant, but I do work with a surgeon. that's a specialty
So you can kinda
surgeon. So like,
Get the vibe.
yes, like that. Yeah. They are classified. If you are a surgeon, especially a specialty one, or if you're a specialty doctor of any type, they are usually going to be called arrogant plenty of times over, which is valid because you do have to believe in yourself if you are going to prevent human beings from dying. I get it. Yeah. There's a selling point there for sure. But when you hear like all those stories, it just, you got to find a decent human being.
That's the challenge.
Yeah. Just a decent human being that, their work is their work, and then they actually give a shit about their home life. Has to be balanced. Because you have to want to go home. You have to want to help people and want to be there for your partner. And work as hard as you can to balance it. But Christ, some of the fucking stories I heard, there's some bad people. They're always cheating in the night. I'm like, I'm not that silent person. I can't sit there and not say something. I don't care that's not my place and I don't know you. That helps. If I don't know you, actually, that makes it easier, to be totally honest. Because if I know you and your partner, that makes it harder, to know the whole thing. But if I don't and I see some shit, I'm like, are you guys together? Because this is popping off.
I think we talked about that on the first episode you were in, was cheating. I think we went down that rabbit hole. One of my big regrets, I was dating this girl and she had this friend who was promiscuous. And my girlfriend at the time told me that she had cheated on her boyfriend.
We did have this talk.
And I had hung out with him and them after that. And I was so pissed at my girlfriend because I didn't want to know that. Because if I know that, I want to tell the guy. I want to say, hey man, maybe not my place to get involved, but this is what I've heard. I don't know if it's true. I came from a reliable source. Obviously, I'm not going to rat out my girlfriend, but I'm going to say, hey.
Yeah.
And this dude loved this girl. Head over heels, would bend over backwards. You could see it. And she was just, it wasn't reciprocated. And so I couldn't hang out with them after that. Because I was there, we hung out the one time after, and the whole time I just wanted to tell him. And I'm mad that I didn't. That's kind of one of my regrets, is that I should have. Even if it ended my relationship, I would want to know. I think he would have wanted to know. I don't know. They probably broke up eventually, but.
Hopefully.
Cheating is diabolical.
Yeah.
And then cheating and having people know that you cheated, I'm assuming that she told my girlfriend at the time. So to do that and then be telling people is twisted.
On some level, your girlfriend not saying something was
a red flag.
Valid. Yeah. Red flag also, and validating her.
I get where she's coming from because it's your friend. But also maybe
if it's your
don't
friend,
have friends that do that. Or not even don't have friends that do that, because people mess up. But if you came to me and said, hey, I cheated on this person, I would say, hey, you need to tell them. You got to tell them.
That should be your response.
You got to tell
this
them.
Is not okay, and leave them. If you can't tell them why, at the very least, just leave them, because they obviously deserve better. No offense, but just you're obviously not in the right era.
You got to tell them.
Yeah, you got to tell them. And it's shitty, but I've definitely prefaced the conversation with, if you're ever looking at me or somebody else, and something else tickles your fancy and you want to go after that, to that extent or whatever, be the bigger person and go and just leave. Just leave. That is the actual thing that takes balls to do, is own up to the fact that you want something else and vacate. Because if you know that your partner is monogamous, 100% simp ass motherfucker, because admittedly I can be a simp ass motherfucker. It is what it is.
Own it.
But yeah, if you know that that's the situation, then do the thing that actually takes balls and say something, because it is a pussy move in my mind. And I know we shouldn't say pussy move because that's something derogatory towards women or whatever.
Retard, but so we can say whatever.
The point is it is a it's a weak
It's a bitch move.
Yeah, you're not. And that also still technically derogatory towards women.
I know, but I was trying to help you out because you said pussy,
yeah.
so I was trying to cover for you a little bit.
It's fine. It's okay.
I was just doing it so if one of us gets canceled, it's me. It's not you.
The shit that I have said on these podcasts.
I need to make like a compilation of all of it and just...
I would get canceled on my own accord, number one. Number two, oh well.
Number two, don't cheat.
like whatever. Yeah, like
just break up with the person.
Yeah, just leave them. Like if you are at that point, be the bigger person, take responsibility, radical acceptance, which is a thing that you learn in like DBT or one of those super cool mental health things. Radically accept that you're just not a good person in that scenario for that person, which is fine.
Well, maybe you two aren't. I mean, if you're thinking about cheating, maybe that's just a sign that you're not meant to be with this person. I mean, maybe it's also a sign that you don't have self-control or a myriad of other issues, but
yeah, like
take that as a note that something...
You probably need some help, like assistance in other
that being
regards.
Said, I think you can objectively say, oh, that girl's attractive and not want to cheat on your girlfriend with her.
There's a huge difference. Yeah. There is a difference between like acknowledging someone is attractive
and cheating on you.
And then actually cheating on. Yeah. Like you can literally sit there and like I made the comment before, like, hey, if you see me like turn my head and I'm staring for a second, just follow my eyes gaze real quick. And you're welcome. Because I'm probably staring at a woman's ass because I am a goddamn child and I cannot. Like, if someone walks by and they are just...
Got a nice ass.
They obviously, they're either built well, God bless genetics, or they worked hard for it.
Hit the gym.
Yeah, which, I mean, everyone should hit the gym. I need to go back to the gym as well. 100% valid. Follow my gaze. You're welcome. And if that's acceptable, that's fine. Like, if your partner is cool with that, but that's also... Some people even get like kind of the shitty thing about like having, being cheated on, all this fun stuff. Like people get to the point where they wouldn't even want their partner to just look or acknowledge that somebody else is attractive. That's like at times a bit much because there's a level of obviously like this person's going to have like pretty hair or something. Doesn't mean I'm going to go have sex with them because they have pretty hair. It's a acknowledgement of, yeah, they have nice hair. Like there's this like weird toxic, there's the weird toxic lines that come about from
But I don't
trauma.
even know if that's toxic. If you were dating someone and they cheated on you and you chose to stick with them.
Oh, okay. See,
then you're just, that's hard.
Like,
because how do you not become insecure? They already cheated on you once.
That's where that like toxic reactive abuse usually comes from. Like that's where you see that most common is, this person lost the ability to trust you. And therefore, like these little things, they're going to be like more concerned about. Like personally, I will never look through anybody's phone. I don't want to need to look through your phone. Fuck that on so many levels. I don't care. It's not my business. Did I look through my ex's phone at one point? After he looked through mine many, many times. Gonna preface that, just saying. I did, yeah.
Didn't he use your phone for social media? Didn't we? Because that was a red flag to me. When I heard that, I was like, oh, this is problematic.
They called me out on that. They're like, they know that was me and not like somebody else. And I'm like, yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, no, they definitely like looked. Yeah, they used my phone to...
Just backstory.
Yes. At one point, they used, after they had deleted their Instagram because they had slept with their coworker and like had been hitting on people from their hometown via Instagram. After that, in the same timeline then of like reaching out to their ex and the FaceTiming, that whole same timeline, I had followed somebody who had an OnlyFans that you could go to via Instagram. And I had to literally block that account. So it didn't pop up and they couldn't get to it because after I'd asked multiple times to please stop going to their OnlyFans on my phone when I'm sleeping, they didn't.
Okay, so this wasn't you following the OnlyFans account. This was...
No, I I had their Instagram account on there because I knew the person.
Okay.
I was,
so you weren't going to the OnlyFans. It was the other person using your phone.
Yeah. Yeah. And I saw that because I was like, I wonder if I can track, like I can look at, history. And you can look at, history of clicked links and all that fun stuff apparently on your Instagram. And I did find that.
Ew.
And we had the conversation, and then, I didn't unfollow them at the time frame. And then I had the feeling I should probably check it. And yeah, no, every time I fell asleep, they were taking my phone, just doing that. I'm like, God damn, that is so awkward. Like, why would you, I don't give a shit about porn, in all honesty. But like somebody that I know, it gets weird. Especially if I go, hey, please don't watch this.
Doing it is bad enough when you're in a relationship, but doing it on your account is kind of insane.
That's the extra, but I'm that person. Like I have my phone, I have my passcode and everything, and I will give my passcode to my partner. I will put their fingerprint on my phone as well, even but I won't ask for that in return. That's yeah, you have access to it if you want it, if you need it, if someone's calling or whatever, you can respond for me, etc. Whatever. I don't give a shit. But I also don't do shitty things. So I don't give a shit because you're going to find me Googling what the fuck the, generic name for Xarelto is. Because I'm going to forget it every time, which is a blood thinner, by the way. But you're that's those are the things that are usually on there. But if you feel like you need to look through that person's phone, you get to the point, you're in a relationship and you feel like you have to go through their phone, some shit's happened. That doesn't come around. Why do you feel that way?
What worries me even more than that, and on a really deep level, is when people share their location constantly and get upset if their significant other doesn't do that. That freaks me out.
What?
Why do you feel like you need to constantly track who you're dating?
I have seen one healthy version of this, and it was because the whole family shares their location. That's it. It's literally the entire family has, an application that shares location. But mind you, people don't check it usually unless they're did they get home safe? They didn't text me back yet. Or should I ask them to go pick up blank from the store? Are they still at work? They're, not able to respond right now. They could be driving or they could be working. That's the only time that I've seen a healthy version of that. Everybody else that I've known that does that it's usually a post, someone did some shit that they obviously should not have done. And now they're not trusted.
That freaks me out.
Which is crazy.
That is not just a deep level of insecurity. There's something really uncomfortable going on with that.
Well, you don't
feel like you
believe
need to know.
Yeah. You don't believe what they tell you anymore. Because they tell you they're doing one thing.
But then break up with them.
Yeah.
If you feel like, hey, I need to know where you all are at all times, we should just end it there. Because there's no coming back from that.
Then just you should just feel comfortable asking, hey, I've had these terrible things happen. Can I ask you what you did throughout the day today? What did you what was your day like? And as somebody in a healthy mindset,
that would freak me out a little bit too. If I was dating a girl and she phrased it like that, because in
that
my
was
mind,
bad phrasing, admittedly. But
in my mind, I can understand that maybe you've been in bad relationships. Absolutely, we all have. But if you haven't worked through that to come into this one with a fresh mind.
Mm-hmm.
I can't fix your previous relationships. No. I'm not that person. I'm not the guy that hurt you. So if this isn't a clean start, I can't deal with the baggage from that. And say I wouldn't try to put my baggage on you. So it goes both ways. But if you came to me and said, hey, I don't know. If you were like, hey, I've gone through some things and I just need to know what you were doing all day. And I need you to detail it for me. Maybe if it was phrased better. Maybe it was just your phrasing that freaked me out.
It should just be a, hey,
what'd you do today?
Yeah, how was your day? What'd you do today? And it should just be an honest answer. And you shouldn't have to look at the person's location. That shouldn't be necessary in the slightest. And if you're, feeling insecure about something, you should just be able to go hey, in this moment, I am feeling kind of insecure. Can I do a check-in?
checking with
Like,
you,
yeah, like,
not
hey,
your
like,
phone.
yeah, like, definitely not your fucking phone. Like, hey, like, we're still good, etc. Like, ask those questions, be able to do that, and that should be fine. Like, it should not be a negative to, like, to check in and be like, hey, like we're still good, etc. Like, whatever. But it's people
No, that makes sense.
definitely go on the high end of that way too fast.
If it's a check-in thing, or hey, you went out with your friends last night, this has happened to me in the past. I just want to make sure that we're okay. Can I be filled in a little bit? That's something different. But if it gets to the point where you feel like you need to check their phone or
anything,
track them,
no, it should be like,
that's
hey, I'm over at 7:07. Like, I'll let you know when I get home. Like, you should be able to send a text message. And if they get home in the meantime, they call you, like, while you're there, like, chat briefly, whatever, and then send the message of, like, I got home safe. Like, I am here, whatever. That should be it. If you're the person who wants to send, like, pictures, whatever, like, throughout it, cool. But, like, there's also people who are like, I need to see video evidence that you are in this place.
See, that's crazy. You lost me again.
Yeah, that's
we're going down.
no, that's the toxic side of things where, like, you get to the point where they're like, I need to see that you are genuinely alone. Like, those are fucking, like, I had that scenario, weirdly enough, in my, like, past thing, which is why I so readily will be like, I'm here. Selfie.
Where you would send a picture of yourself to show that you were where you said you were.
There was a day that I sent a video of the entire house, top to bottom, like, nobody else is here. I am genuinely taking a shower by myself. Like, I got to delete that. And I was like, that's cool. Like, as I was deleting, like, old shit, I'm like, huh, right. I was like, where's this picture come from? Me just going, like, just the weirdest face of, like, what do you expect? What I'm doing. Yeah. Like, me at my door, even though I'm not the one doing shit. Like, here's me at my door. I'm not the one pulling bullshit. Here's, me unlocking the door. Oh, here's
me
the
inside.
Cats or whatever. Yeah, like, I'm like, holy shit.
I dated this girl for a brief time in high school, and she was going out of town one Friday. Mm-hmm. And because she was going out of town, I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to go to this football game at the high school. So I go to the game, and she shows up there. And I guess she didn't go on the trip or lied about the trip, but she wanted to make sure that I wasn't hanging out with people that I shouldn't be or with someone that I shouldn't be or something. And so I'm sitting over here with a group of friends, and she just shows up and sits across from me in the bleachers to, like, where I could see her, doesn't come and say anything. And I'm just like, what? I thought you were going... And it turned into this big fight. And I was like, what are we fighting about right now? What is happening? And I don't think I broke up with her then. That's the crazy part. I think we dated for maybe a week more or something. But I remember that memory stuck with me of, what is this? What level are you on where you flake on a family trip because you're worried your boyfriend is not at the football game? What?
Yeah,
I don't know that people grow out of that. I think you have to want to change and actually put in the work. And I don't know how many people actually do that.
No, I've definitely done toxic shit in that scenario. Like, being the person, like, he would come and find wherever I was at. And there was definitely a couple times I would drive by and be like, okay, he's not responding. He's decided to block a number for the evening. Great. Is he at this bar?
And you would go look.
I would go look. And, like, once he finally got a car, it was way easier to go look, to be honest. Because, like,
just
you
put
could
a
just
low
find,
jack
yeah,
in the
you
car?
could. No, I did not. But you could see where the vehicle was at the very least, even though that wasn't, like, a very reliable thing, let's be honest. But, at the very least, you can see where it was at. And I had since then, dating, like, had a oh God, like, are they actually doing this thing they said they're going to do? And I'm like, you know what? Benefit of the doubt. If they're not, and you find out that they're not, oh well, like, bye, have a nice life, etc. But every step of the way, benefit of the doubt, because until they actually show that they are not a good person or that they, pull this bullshit, you have no reason to not believe them. they have to fuck up first. Like, don't, go and, don't go and check anything. Literally just sit there, and as far as you know, they are doing exactly what they told you, and that's fine. X would do a lot of things.
Well, I think that's
that's
weird, the
mindset
mindset to have. I think that's a good MO.
You have to choose to do the healthier thing there, which after and don't get me wrong, it's not an easy thing after experiencing a lot of bullshit. Like, it's not easy to choose to respond in a way that you should be responding automatically. Like, you shouldn't even be questioning. Like, someone's like, oh yeah, like I'm going on a camping trip in X, Y, and Z area. You should assume they're going on that camping trip. Like, there shouldn't be any question. Like, obviously they're doing that. Why would you question this and think they're probably actually at the bar and about to have, anyway, etc. happen? You should assume they're doing the thing they said they're going to do. Because,
well, it's carryover.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you've gone through a situation, you start to see that play out in other ones, even if it's not really there. Yeah,
like you see all the things that could be the negatives.
Lies.
Yeah, like it could be lies, it could be the negatives, it could be bullshit. And then, God forbid, you actually are talking to somebody who means it. Yeah, like they say what they mean. They're doing what they mean. They're just actually somebody that's real. That's crazy. Oh my God. But that's your choice. Like, you have to choose as a person who is trying to move forward in life that everyone has the benefit of the doubt. When they fuck up, bye. I'm done. Whatever. If they don't, God bless. But it depends.
I'm a firm believer that everything comes out in the end. And you just have to trust people until they give you a reason not to trust them. But if they give you that reason, you have to listen to it. You can't ignore the red flag because you don't want to see it. You have to pay attention to it. And then react accordingly. That's the hard part. It's people say, oh, well, it was just this one time they lied about what they were doing or who they were with. They won't do that again. Cut to a year later and it's 10 times worse.
Yeah. Cut to like a year later and you end up with, like, you really should listen to the red flag. Let's be honest. But that's the thing that people don't do often enough when moving forward. And then you see these people like attempting to date each other that are both just fucked. And you're like, Jesus Christ.
That's one of the craziest things is when you see two people who are just both off of their rocker. Not maybe as individuals, but maybe it's just the combination of their two personalities. And you think, this is not going to play out well. You're both going to drive each other insane.
I've seen shit where I'm like, you consider that normal? Like, you guys doing that back and forth, that's normal. Oh, okay. Like, and don't get me wrong, like, in the scenario, I might have thought it was a bit more understandable, but like, post that,
like, I can see these red flags a little easier now. Do you really want to do that?
Yeah, like, that negative thing is actually, like, genuinely negative. Like, you don't really have to deal with it. Like, if you ever think that you have to deal with, like, this just toxic behavior because you love or care about somebody or whatever the fucking bullshit is you told yourself, whatever commitment you made in this scenario. And my dumb ass made the commitment of, I promise I won't break up with you. That was my commitment, crazily enough. Like, after that, like, week one, they made me feel very dramatic for breaking up. When they blame me for that essay situation. I promised to not leave again.
Essay situation?
Sexual assault.
Oh, yeah. Essay. I thought you wrote an essay, and I was like, what?
What? No.
Is this a school thing? Okay, my bad.
Letters, yeah. And I made that promise, and I'm just a guilt-ridden human being anyway, which is very common in this day and age. And they, would guilt me if I ever attempted to go anywhere near it, like, whatever. That was my promise. That was my fuck up. And honestly, like, people should just, if they even get close to that, like, whatever reason it is they're there, like, just don't. Like, you don't actually have to deal with that. That's not normal. It's not okay. It's common. Common does not mean normal. Common does not mean okay or acceptable or whatever. Just because you see it all the time does not mean it's kosher.
It's acceptable.
Or, yeah. You see like worse and so on. Again, does not mean that like this is a actually better situation. That's just a slightly better looking in that moment. And yes, it could be worse, but like why do we as human beings always go like, oh, it could be worse, it could be worse, it could be worse? Like,
it could be better.
Yeah.
It could be a lot better.
Yeah, you could
love your life.
Yeah, you can choose to be in a better scenario. I had so much stress like take place in the past year. Like my body went, no.
Can we pause for a second? I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh my God.
And then we'll pick this up.
Do it.
Okay.
Did you even pause this thing at all? No, of course
Just
not.
runs.
Just runs.
Just runs. We'll fix it in post. That's what I say. These aren't live anymore. I don't know if you did. Did you do live?
I might have dealt with like a live, but typically I don't think.
Pull your mic in a little bit there, champ.
We did live. I don't
think so.
Awful.
I did it for a minute and then I stopped.
Oh, well, I can. Let me assess. Assess.
This time I was like, I know she's not going to want to do headphones, so we can just keep going. You don't like it, huh?
I'm not the biggest fan.
I feel like
it's so weird.
It's almost a different world that you enter when you do the headphones. It's just slightly different. When you have headphones on, you feel a little more locked into the conversation.
Crazy thing. I'm going to segue and like, I can't do it and like have those headphones on though, sadly, of course. But I will ramble a little bit about like the whole neurodivergent shit or whatever, right?
Okay.
Like ADHD, autism, etc. I feel like that is a fuck ton of the population. You're literally going, hey, this many people do better with set schedules and so on. And part of that is like having, these headphones on, like, and just hearing music and so on, like in a different sense and style. People like freak out when it's just like complete sound all around them, but can totally handle it blaring in their ears when there's nothing else going on and so on. And sorry, that reminded me of that in that moment. And that was like a whole fucking hot topic. My brain was like,
I've never thought about that.
Like sound, texture, like dealing with people and so on. I don't think it's like normal humans, ADHD, autism humans, whatever. Like it's, what did you grow up with?
I think it's sensory overload, and that's why being able to kind of block out some of that through headphones or through touching something and kind of grounding yourself, that's why that helps.
Yeah, a lot of it is like your sensory preferences and overloads and so on. And what establishes that is not like necessarily X, Y, and Z isn't always just 100% built different, because things, are different to an extent, but also like, what did you grow up in? Like, what did you deal with as a child, growing up, and so on? What were your surroundings like? Like, what did you have to adapt to? What put your red flags going there? Which is like a whole trauma talk and so on. But like what's your deal? Because a lot of people can't do like super loud noises and whatnot, but there's so many variable things to all that.
I wonder if that's why the headphones help. I feel like it elevates the conversation level slightly just because we're so in tune. I'm focused on what you're saying. You're focused on what I'm saying. Even though we're in a studio and it's relatively quiet, we have just the hum of the unit going right now. But
you can hear the hum of the unit.
You can hear the hum.
Yeah.
And even that slight little amount kind of grounds you into, okay, what are we doing?
Yeah. Whereas some people, like, that hum is like everything, and it's way too much.
It's too much. I can't focus. And if we were in a louder environment, if cars were driving by and honking and...
Yeah, it could be way too much. Like, you just kind of adapt to your environment, though.
Have you looked into the whole autism and vaccine thing?
Okay, tell me about autism and vaccine.
No, I have not gone down that rabbit hole.
Okay.
Kind of because it scares me a little bit that if there was some connection there that I would be too freaked out. But the idea that, you know, we're giving 70, 80 vaccines to kids before they're 5.
Oh, did you hear about like Tylenol, like having those issues like as a kid?
Did you hear about Band-Aids having toxic chemicals in them that release into your bloodstream because you're using them over a wound? These forever chemicals that they found in Band-Aids. And they're like, why the fuck are these in a product that you would put over an open wound? People are freaking out. You heard about that? No. To answer your question, I haven't heard about the Advil thing. I don't know why that just...
Okay. That was Tylenol. But I have not heard about that one. But what about Benadryl excessive use, like leading to like Alzheimer's and whatnot?
With Benadryl?
Benadryl.
Wow.
Yeah. And like...
What's going on there?
Okay, I don't have much information in all honesty.
We're just
but like,
throwing
yeah,
out
like,
points.
have you heard about this thing?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that one fucking tripped me up because I used the shit out of Benadryl when I was younger to sleep. Like, and a lot of people just overuse it in general, but apparently, like with so many things, they linked that one to like having issues, like kind of something with Alzheimer's, something with dementia, like progressing.
See, the
that.
scary part
like,
is I know nothing about that, and yet I'm inclined to say I would probably believe there's some connection there.
Well, I mean, Benadryl has similar effects to like Ativan, which is a benzo, which is a controlled substance. And there's times when you would want to bring a patient down from X, Y, and Z scenario, but you may not be able to use a benzo, and they would use Benadryl. And that, right, like learning that right there alone at like 19, I was like, that's a red flag. I don't know much about it. I still don't know much about it. But learning that at like 19, I was like, that's a red flag, but also definitely explains why, like, no, you would not have been there at this time frame. Zane Middle School at one point had sent home a letter of like, hey, kids are misusing Benadryl to get high.
At Zane?
Yeah.
This is middle
like,
school for everybody that doesn't know.
Yeah. A local middle school, because they, you know, they would take it, but then not go to sleep. So you'd have like effects of being like high. Yeah. And like that tracks. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Like,
not great.
Yeah. I can see that, especially, you know, with that scenario. But.
Well, benzos are terrible for you. Benzos, I believe, are the only substance that if you're addicted to and you try to quit cold turkey, will kill you.
Not the only, but yeah.
Is alcohol that same way?
Alcohol.
Can you quit alcohol cold turkey? I know the benzos are supposedly...
If you're to that point with alcoholism, it could. It could.
But I know that for benzos is that it's...
that's just definitely. There's a few of them. Like, again, like it just depends on how hooked your body is to really anything that if you quit, like how you're going to respond. Which is fucking crazy because you can get hooked to so many fucking things. Like it's not just like a nicotine and alcohol and like the hard things. People get hooked to like meth and cocaine and heroin and so on. And it's fucking insane. Like what happens. And honestly, sugar. Like sugar could really like sugar? That should be on that list. Like that hits those same things. Like I have tried nose candy. Okay.
You've tried Coke?
I have tried that before.
Okay, what is Coke like?
Which I think we've discussed this before as well. But
I
like,
didn't know this.
We've definitely had this like once, I'm sure.
On the podcast or off?
I thought on the podcast,
well,
in all honesty.
But I tried it.
Yeah, I tried it before. And it, you know, lights up these things in your brain. And sugar lights up those like similar fucking things in your brain, like these happy chemicals and so on. And that's fucking wild that they put sugar in everything. I had tried to go on like a, you know, like a little FODMAP diet or whatever for like a gastro thing that they wanted me to do. We would cut out like added sugar. And the amount of bread that had high fructose corn syrup added to it is fucking disgusting.
The amount of everything that has that in there.
But this like whole like grain, natural, whatever bread, like seriously, this thing that's supposed to be like the best bread you can possibly get, like that has fucking corn syrup. Like no wonder, like I hosted German exchange students, or one German exchange student, and they're like, your bread is so sweet. And we're here like, it's got like nuts and shit in it. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's so sweet. Like, it's not white bread. Like, yeah, we add sugar to fucking everything, which is crazy. And like, I was eating Hershey's Kisses at the time, which are definitely 100% sugar, let's be honest. And they had brought like German chocolate, and I was like, holy shit. I like dark chocolate. Like, I was fucking with it for sure, but I was like, this is night and day. Like, one of these is definitely just sugar. The other one is actually chocolate. It was not the American chocolate.
I've heard that about Europe and bread, is that their bread is better in a lot of ways just because they don't add so much unnecessary shit to it.
Yeah, you have to like go and get this like, you have to get like gluten-free, whatever. Like, you have to sit there and like go to these organic ass stores to try and get things that don't have all that processed bullshit, which is why so many people have like started doing the sourdough starters and like making things at home.
That's why I do sourdough, is because of the gluten, and because I found this brand that they only have the 5 ingredients in it, so it's
like
worth checking out for me.
You don't need that many things to make it. Like,
flour and water.
Crazy.
And your starter.
Yeah, it's not a lot. Like, even like when people like buy pancake mix, like, I don't want to be a snob, but you don't need to buy pancake mix. I'm sorry. Like,
when you look at what's in the pancake mix, it's like, why are there 40 ingredients?
Yeah, you don't need that much. It's literally like this. I don't know. Anytime I make pancakes, I do not use mix at this point because you don't need it. You just need the basic dry ingredients, and it doesn't have to be amazing flour. Just basic flour is a trick. It's fine. You can buy the shitty, bleached flour. It's okay. Like, it's crazy. Like, they just have so much processed crap in everything.
Speaking of processed crap, talk to me about the cocaine. What was
oh my God.
I gotta hear about this. I don't think we've talked about this on the podcast. I didn't know this, or I blocked it out or forgot. Both are entirely possible.
Okay, this is valid. Okay. No, like I've done that. I'm like, and I have the ADHD or whatever.
What is cocaine? What does that translate to for ADHD? Obviously, it's a stimulant.
It's a stimulant. It's supposed to be a short-acting stimulant. That's gonna release dopamine, which people that are diagnosed with ADHD have very low dopamine reserves, which is why they often also have like depression and so on. As like a comorbidity kind of thing. Like, this is because of your brain just not having this, that, which I personally think you can tie back to trauma, because trauma genuinely affects the brain to those extents. And you can see it on a fucking scan. That's crazy that you don't do scans on a regular basis for people just to see like what's going on. In my personal opinion, but
Shout
whatever.
out to the American healthcare system.
Yeah, they don't check for shit. Like, the American healthcare, I had to ask for a hormone level check. Like, the other day, I was like, I want my yearly labs done. With that, I also want to see like, where are my hormones at? Like, I'm taking hormonal birth control pills as well. Like, don't get me wrong. But like, where are the things at anyway? Like, with that included. Like, see where things are going. I'm getting closer to 30. Kind of.
You got some time. You're good.
I got a little bit of time. Like, not a lot though. But like, yeah, like, I want to see where this shit's at. Like, what's going on? Like, I have a friend who was like, he was low on testosterone. I'm like, well, maybe I'm high on testosterone. Like, maybe I have the big dick energy added to us. Anyway, like I want to check this. They don't check that shit. They don't check
anything.
No, they don't check anything. And like, your brain, like, you can really do scans to show like what is going on, like what lights up, what damage is there, and so on. And they don't check that either. And so like with ADHD, like one of the things is, low dopamine, and that, causing the issues like with focus and so on, like being able to like that paralysis, like task paralysis, like you're just stuck. Like, there's all these things that you need to do. And it's so overwhelming because you're thinking about all of them. And you can't move. Like, you're just stuck there. You're like, fuck. Which is even worse because, like, obviously, those things are just going to stay there, and there's going to, more things going to grow on top of that.
It's going to stack up.
Yeah, it's going to get worse. It only can get worse from there. Like, if you're not going to move and, like, get it done. And, like, a quote-unquote, like, normal, non-neurodivergent person would just get up and do the tasks. They would just get up and go. Which I honestly don't think there's as many non-neurodivergent people than there are neurodivergent. I think it's more of a spectrum, and I think as time goes on, we're more and more fucked. especially because of how short like the attention spans are becoming with like television and like instant gratification for like messages and so on. Like
we're instigating that in some sense through media or through diet.
We're reinforcing it and making it like more intense and more prevalent with the diets, and the sugar and so on, as well as like with like our consumption of like entertainment and everything. We're making it much more like the symptoms are much more out there. Which is why I also think that if you are under the impression that you may have like ADHD or autism or whatever, I think that you should go on a strict like no drinking, no caffeine, watch your diet, etc. Like, and actually work on your sleep routine. Like, do all those things. Like, actually go through all the steps and then see what issues you still have. Because a lot of it, I do think, is we're making worse, at the very least, like bringing on to ourselves. And a lot of times, like, yeah, you do have like some issue going on there. But
how many people have those confounding principles added onto it, where they are indulging in copious amounts of caffeine or other substances like alcohol, and their sleep isn't regulated very well, and their diet is pretty poor. And so it's like, okay, I've got all these issues. Oh, maybe it's just this thing.
They're making it worse. Like, you can manage a lot of those things if you're able to reduce the other ones. And I understand like the coping skill and whatnot being those items, but people definitely do make it worse. And anyway, the point is, so when I take a stimulant, which is why I also drink excessive amounts of caffeine, I, it doesn't change much, in all honesty, aside from like, oh, I'm more present in the conversation that we're having in this moment.
Does cocaine have a similar effect as Adderall would for someone with ADHD?
Like, I'm actively on Ritalin again.
Ritalin's the big one, right? That's the one everyone's afraid of.
I think it depends. Adderall's the one that got to the point where there was like some issue with it recently where people were like, because you have to get tested. Like, a lot of times you get tested regularly to like, see if these things are in your system and so on. Because obviously they want to make sure you're not, some people sell it and all the fun things. And also make sure you're not taking something else on the side. And apparently with Adderall and the Adderall shortage not too long ago, it wasn't showing up in people's systems who are taking it on a regular basis, like their actual pills, which then would indicate like what they were getting wasn't really like full on Adderall, which is crazy. But Adderall is supposed to have less symptoms, like less side effects than Ritalin.
Okay.
They put me on Ritalin before, but it was like more like the long acting one. And I did experience like more side effects at that time frame.
Why do they have you on Ritalin and not Adderall?
Probably because I already took Ritalin before, and like it was a new doctor, and I was like, hey, like, in part, like I got out of a situation where I was in fight or flight for 6 fucking years, and so I got out of that, and I can hardly do shit. Like, it just, your body is they don't warn you for that when you exit a situation that has you constantly
in survival mode.
Yeah, and there's no warning. Like, you don't know that after you finally get out of that and you actually feel safe, that your body is fucking exhausted. Like, your mind is exhausted. You are just like down for the count after that. That's not really a discussion because, people don't often, leave those situations like in a successful manner, in all honesty. So I wasn't ready for that. But I, of course, did my best and so on to get out of there. And then eventually was like, okay, yeah, I need an adult. Hey, assistance. Like, I can't get my shit done, but I really want to. But like, we're dragging ass now. And I can't even register stress the same way. Like, there are so many stressful events like coinciding right now and like have been for like months. And it still feels like fucking cake in my body. Like, it's nothing in comparison, which is...
What does that mean? That your threshold for stress is significantly higher than it should be?
Yeah, like I can't like my body will have the symptoms before I can register that it's there at this point, because I'm so used to just having such a higher, like,
So your body's almost too reactive.
it's not reactive at this point. Like
It's not.
Like in comparison, it's not nearly as reactive as it should be. Like there should be flags going off. I should be aware that
Something's up.
like this is bad. But I'm over here like, yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I'm like, it's like, this is bad. Yeah, it sucks for sure. And it should be like bad. I should be like, oh God, this is awful. Like reacting, the way people around me react. I'm like, this is nothing. But at the same time, what you're used to like plays a huge hand in that. Which is something that I had to adjust to, obviously. So I reached out to a psychiatrist and whatnot. I was like, hey, I need some assistance. Like I had been diagnosed with this in the past and all that shit. She did her own tests, as you should do. Like if you're a doctor, yeah, like if you're a practitioner of any sort, you should always, assess things yourself. And they did. And, they're like, yeah, you actually have a combo version, not the version they said. So tracks, and you took this before and didn't have issues. So they put me on like a short acting version instead of the long acting. And I actually don't have a lot of side effects aside from, I do notice if I don't eat like right away, which is really good for me because my stress response is not eating. So taking the medication that like I notice that I'm not eating, because my brain will become one track and I usually have 1,000 tabs open. And it becomes one track to the point where like swapping tracks is difficult when I don't eat. Whereas that wasn't a problem before. And then I eat and I can like focus on the things I need to focus on, but I can't have multiple tracks present.
So you notice the difference in yourself.
Yeah, like I
on
can
Ritalin versus off.
Yeah, like I can flag it, and in a way that's actually beneficial to me, like ingesting food and getting shit done. So like both things are positively impacted that I didn't experience before. And that could be, because it's, the different version of the medication. It could be because of like what my brain's gone through in that time frame in between. There's a lot of variables. It could be, different medications and all that. Like just every time you take a med, you change your brain's chemistry a bit. Like I took Ambien for a long time, like a sleeping medication that people like would get up in the middle of the night and like doing crazy ass shit on.
Crazy shit and have no recollection that they did any of it.
I never had that issue, but I remember like retrying that as an adult, and like, cause I definitely took that in high school, and I
you did Ambien in high school.
Yeah. Oh my God, I had such fucking bad like
because you couldn't sleep.
Yeah, like I couldn't sleep like crazy. Which is why I got like.
What was your caffeine intake?
Well, I started drinking like a rock star in high school. Whereas like before that in like middle school and whatnot, like I had to start taking like Benadryl, which is why I knew about the Benadryl situation at the middle school. Because I may or may not have always had a Benadryl supply.
Allegedly.
Potentially. And was not informed that a friend of mine, quote unquote friend, did not also have an insomnia issue. And they may or may not have been the one that had sold things. Yeah. Which I got I had no idea and got no funds for. So allegedly, fuck you. But like, it's fine. It's rude, but fine. But yeah, I have, insomnia for sure, for eons. Like I tried like Lunesta and all those things, but Ambien like always worked. Which I did try like the don't go to sleep right away on Ambien thing. And you do get, it is interesting. Like when you fight sleep when you're on a medication that's supposed to make you go to sleep, it does have like a high-ish effect for sure. But like trying that later as an adult, some like the mood things that would happen, did come about. And in all honesty, like the biggest mood thing was me being a little less nice in the morning. But there's also like one person in particular who was also a piece of shit. So like, was it really the Ambien, or like, did like my threshold for bullshit like get lowered? I don't know. In hindsight, the med was probably fine, but like Zoloft, I took that one before for depression, like for anxiety, actually. But it was
You've been through quite a few cycles of different.
I've done some shit for sure. I've done like a couple things. It's not been that many. I've done Ritalin. I've done Zoloft, Wellbutrin. There was one medication, I cannot remember the name of it. They tried to give it to me while I was also taking like Ritalin and Wellbutrin at the same time. But is it a lot of uppers, in all honesty?
Was it like an SSRI or?
Yeah, it was an SSRI, and like I right away had serotonin syndrome symptoms, and I was like, this is not good.
The SSRI ones, those scare me a little bit because I think we're kind of overly prescribing them without any real understanding of what we're doing long term.
Yeah. Like at this point, we've like as a family unit have gone, we don't like SSRIs. Like there are definitely things to try instead of that. They're like, don't do it. Because the Zoloft is a part of like the SSRI group. And that was not it wasn't the best, but I was having super bad anxiety. Like I couldn't go into a grocery store without having like my ears just getting clogged, getting tunnel vision, like just super like not having the time of life at all. It was just mortifying to be there. But Zoloft did help for the time being when I took it until it didn't help anymore.
Do you feel like the Ritalin is more net beneficial so far?
Currently, yes. When a medication is no longer net beneficial, then I don't bother with it.
What does that mean in terms of the Ritalin? Is it just your productivity, your ability to focus and get work done? Quality of life?
Yeah, quality of life and like that whole, again, just having the ability to do the things
that you need to do.
Yeah, instead of just sitting there. And like all those things are there. You know you need to do them. You know you have to move. You have to get up. You have to get this done. But you can't. Oh, executive function. There we go. Yeah, you just have that like inability to get that going for whatever reason. It's just stopped and you're stuck. And all these things are sitting there. You can think about them all. You can think about how to do them all perfectly.
Just stressing about it.
Going. You can stress about it. You can plan about it. It doesn't matter, but you just can't fucking go. Like you can't get it done. And that's one thing, like, Wellbutrin on a small level, like helped with, that more helps with like not smoking, actually. Like Wellbutrin is kind of like Chantix, which is a medication that helps you not smoke. Makes that like less desirable.
Is it a pathway disruptor in that sense? Or it's just blocking?
It's I actually don't know exactly what that is, in all honesty. I know that it's a little bit like an upper and like the way your body responds to it, and a black box use of it, like an off-label use of it, is for like low ADHD issues. People have used it for that. Like when you're not like on the deeper side of it. And of course, like stopping smoking cigarettes. And they use it like in like, I hate having fucking talking hands. Anyways, they also use it like with SSRIs and things like that at times, like to help amplify that in your system, because it can like raise levels of things at times. Which is why whatever the fucking medication was they gave me, because it not that was I can't remember what they gave me, but it was something. Yeah, it just serotonin went up, and I went to the hospital. And I've only had like very few good experiences with our fucking hospital, and not one of them has been with a doctor.
I've never had a good experience here locally.
No,
abroad. Abroad, but in the States, it's always been dog shit.
Dude, okay. The few times have been with a nurse practitioner and like a PA, and that was it. Never an actual doctor, just technically the quote unquote like physician extender, quote unquote, like, not actually doctor. The only times, which is fucking crazy, because like, why can't MDs give that? Anyway, whatever. It kills me. Our situation here kills me in general.
I had a throat infection when I was in college for a while. And I probably over the period of 6 months, I had gone to the ER, emergency rooms, and urgent care maybe a dozen times. And
Jesus.
it would be mixed results. Sometimes they would prescribe me antibiotics. Sometimes they would just look at me and say, oh, we can't do anything, and send me home. And it would get so bad where I couldn't physically talk because my throat would hurt so bad. So I would either go to school on those days or not go to school, wait in the ERs for 6, 7, 8 hours before finally getting in to see somebody. And the culmination of that was I finally got in to see an ENT.
Mm-hmm.
And he checked me out for maybe 5 minutes and said, oh, they didn't prescribe the antibiotics for long enough. So what was happening was they would give me just enough to weaken the infection.
Yeah.
I'd be good for a week, and then it would come back stronger. And that maybe happened 3 or 4 times. I mean, I was on antibiotics for a long time, and it completely fucked up my system. This was probably a year-long battle of trying to get rid of this throat infection. And all it took was, okay, instead of 2 weeks, we're going to give him 3 weeks or 4 weeks or however long that last antibiotic round was. And that's all it took. And meanwhile, I'd been fighting this for
like a year at that point.
Yeah. And I had downloaded an app on my phone so that I could type and it would talk, because I was staying with my sister and also coming home.
Mm-hmm.
And I just the pain was so bad. I wasn't sleeping, wasn't eating. I couldn't talk. And so I would type on my phone. I'd be sitting in urgent care, typing on my phone, and it would speak. And then my sister would kind of fill in the blanks. And it was just, that was my life. And then, oh, yeah, you just need to be on this for a little while longer. Meanwhile, I had probably gone through 3 antibiotic rounds before that because they're just giving them out. I went to our emergency room one time during that.
And Eureka.
Waited for probably 6 hours with my parents. It's probably midnight, 1 o'clock before we get in. I have a packet of all of the previous work from all of the other emergency rooms and urgent cares saying what I had and what was kind of going on.
Yeah.
Doctor finally gets me in. I'm sitting in the hallway. I don't even have a room. Looks at me. I can't talk. And he says, yeah, there's nothing we can do. I don't know if he thought that I was just itching to get some meds or what, but he just looked at me. I'm sitting in the hallway. Yeah, we can't do anything. So you got to go home. After a 6-hour wait. My parents are pissed. My mom's in the car. My dad and sister are waiting with me in urgent care, or in the ER here down at St. Joe's. Yeah, sorry, we can't do anything. And it's like, what? That's our medical system.
It's a terrible question. What insurance did you have in the time frame?
I think I had Blue Shield, California. I was under my parents' plan.
Yeah, Blue. Okay.
Yeah.
This is very shitty, but is honestly, if I can fact at this point, you're going to get better care in the ER if you have Medicare and maybe partnership, because the Blues, they don't always pay out. And the amount of times I've been denied scans, like them doing the scan they need to do to be able to actually confirm a diagnosis, because like when I have the Blue plan, not because like I don't need that scan, but like, let's be honest, they just don't want to do it and risk it and then get flagged and have a conversation like with admin because they didn't meet the right criteria, is ridiculous. They documented that I refused one that I had asked for multiple times over to CYA. It is common. Like, we get patients that we follow up with that have Medicare, and they have all these like scans that honestly they're not warranted. There's a chunk of them where like that doesn't make sense, and it's done probably by like a locum, which is like a traveling provider or whatever, and like that's not warranted, but their insurance will cover it no matter what. And so they get all these things in the sun, and like as somebody who goes in there like as a patient and is like, I've had colitis like twice. The one like the way to like check right away if that's what's going on is like a CT.
What is colitis?
It's itis means like inflammation, colitis colon, so like inflammation like in your digestive system basically, and the colon specifically, which can cause an excruciating amount of pain. There can be blood and all these other fun things that happen. It's great, but like a lot of fucking pain.
Great, but not great.
Yeah, like you can. Yeah, there's times you like can't move really. Like you're just even laying there. it doesn't work out. And it can happen from like eating the wrong thing or having an actual like inflammatory like bowel disease or something. I'm pretty sure both times I've had it were actually just bad salami, in all honesty, but that's like a whole side thing, to be honest. But the way you check for it, because, you know, and it can be scary, like you could have like ulcerative colitis or something crazy. Like, is this fucking CT scan? Like, that's how you look. Like, that's how you see, like, is this portion of their body inflamed? Is it doing that? Like, is that what's going on? Because it's gonna be fucking awful pain. And they refused to do it, and then documented that I refused. And then the time before that I had had it, like a couple years prior, was a nurse practitioner, and she ordered the scans right away. She didn't blink. They just, at that time frame, were a lot slower at getting those things done. That actually, I went back like the following day and was like, okay, no, I seriously do need to be seen. It just been like over 6 hours. I was like, I can't wait here any longer. Like, that was like during COVID times, mask and all that. But she took care of me. And like, she saw me come back and she was like, I'm going to put this in as like stat. And so it still took a couple hours, but I got taken care of a lot faster. And then the only other time that I was taken care of, well, that wasn't that nurse practitioner, was a PA. When I had that serotonin syndrome situation, I'd only like not been working in mental health for like a year. So like I knew what was going on. It was just fucking more like, I was like, holy shit, and very happy that I wasn't in like a locked unit or one of those scenarios, because admittedly, if you're in one of those scenarios and you're trying to advocate for yourself having those things go on, a lot of times you just end up having to like go through it and like wait through it. And sometimes you can't actually do that. But thankfully I wasn't. And I was able to go, hey, these things are happening. This is my blood pressure. This is my fucking pulse. This is like my, this is what's going on. And they're like, yeah, you definitely have to stop that med today. And here's this thing that's going to take you out of it, which is actually, Xanax, crazily enough. And it brings you back out. And those are the only times that I had a good experience there. Which sucks, because like it's not that I don't love our doctors here locally. Like a lot of them are great, but I had an ovarian cyst burst, and they called it a Charlie horse in my uterus, aka a cramp. They told me I had a really bad cramp when I had an ovarian cyst burst, which thankfully was fine, and the fluid like absorbed fine and all that jazz. But like they could have caught it day of, and he decided not to. Or I had a slip disc, and they decided sometimes women just have pain in their back. Thankfully, the muscles and everything, like it did end up being okay. But it could have not been. Like, again, it's a slip disc. Could have continued moving and all that jazz. It could have been much worse. Thankfully wasn't. But their response again being, oh, sorry, women just sometimes have pain in their back. All the things again, just, which is why it is a little bit, it almost is shocking, to be honest, that as a male you went in and didn't have more checked out, because every time I ever went in, and brought a man into the emergency room, the amount of tests they did when I had the same symptoms for them versus myself were like exponentially just so much more. They also had partnership usually. But then at the same time, you also had mentioned like having like that stack of like paperwork. A lot of times when I feel like when providers see like a stack of like, here's like all this going on, they kind of probably don't want to touch it. Like, especially as like a traveling provider, they're like, do I really want to like get into this and like dig into this whole thing like it's going on?
Well, I don't even know how much of it is
like crazy.
A gender dispute in that sense, because I think most of it is just advocacy. I mean, I don't advocate for myself very well. And so luckily for me, I had my sister there for most of those visits. And she would say, hey, no, something needs to happen, because this is, I mean, if they would have said, you need to go home, I would have just said, okay. But my sister would always be there pushing for more, saying this is not okay. Something is wrong.
Something else is
You guys need to
on.
do your jobs. And I think how many people don't have an advocate when they're in these situations, regardless of the gender, if it's male or female, just someone to say, hey, no, something is wrong. They've been having issues. you guys need to figure it the fuck out. That's what your job is. So we're here.
Let's figure
it out. And this is my gripe with just, I mean, I love this country. I love this country. I love America.
It's fucking, it's 4th of July. Come on.
Yeah,
like,
especially now. But
Independence Day.
I love this country. But we do so many things that are detrimental to the people that live here. I mean, these foreign wars that we're funding, these other countries that we're giving tens of billions of dollars to, all of this bullshit that we participate in at the cost of our people, at the cost of people that live here, die here, try to make a better life here, and we just shit on them for what purpose?
It's profit. It's simultaneous profit. They're assisting other places for write-offs and for money and for contracts and so on. The reason they don't pay for shit in-house, in-country, is literally they reduce the amount that you can receive. They're killing private practices. Like, you cannot honestly be, like, not cannot, but it is very hard to be a successful private practice, period. Like, in general, like, you have to be in a specific area and scenario and be catering to certain things to be successful, because they reduce the amount that you're reimbursed every single year. The cost of supplies go up. The cost of labor goes up. But the amount that you get back from the insurance for the same exact thing that you have to prove even more so over every single year, they make you go through more hoops to prove it's a like it's actually necessary, goes up, and then what they give you goes down.
Meanwhile, we're paying more for medications than most other countries. We're paying more across the board.
It's not good for patients or the providers. It doesn't help either person. The provider is sitting there like, they might need this thing, but because once upon a time, prior to 2008, a bunch of doctors ordered way too much shit that wasn't actually necessary, and instead of just addressing that, they decided to just fuck everyone, let's be honest. You don't get to just check to see if something, check to see something without going through all of these steps. Very difficult to get approval for. It's extra work for the provider, extra for the staff, and then it costs more money than it's worth, which is shitty because that shouldn't be a thing. And half the time it's going to be negative anyway. Most of the time it is. So unless it's super warranted, all these hoops are not going to be jumped through. And you leave a lot of people fucked. A lot of people getting late diagnosis situations because they
just fall through the cracks.
Yeah, like they, didn't have the time. They couldn't take the time off work because they didn't have enough PTO to get the x-ray done. They need to get done before they can actually get the MRI they actually needed done. And they couldn't afford the MRI, if they did get the x-ray done, because of how much out-of-pocket cost that x-ray was, because you have to show that you did the x-ray before you can get the MRI. Like, all that little shit, whether it falls on, whose end it fails on, it's fucking ridiculous and it's insane, because you can meet all the criteria under the sun and still get denied and still have to sit there and write a letter going, did you not read what's written here? Did you not look at the studies they already had done? Did you not pay attention to any of it? Prior to me taking this job, even just as the scheduler authorization human being, I wrote letters like that. I'm like, you're really going to say no? Because this is your criteria. This is what you wrote out. So you put out X amount of months ago.
And you're going to turn this person away.
This person has every single bit of it. And this is exactly where that is. In this document, on this page of this paragraph, this is how we met those things. In this x-ray report, this is how it's met. And you're going to tell me you're not going to pay for it? And then when they finally did pay, which is very common, once they finally do, the amount they paid out wasn't enough to pay for the time that it took me to get it approved. Not, the ultrasound tech or whatever that did that ultrasound and so on, or the procedure itself. Just me writing that shit. The amount that they ended up paying at the end of the day, myself back then, as little, meek scheduler, they barely paid for that time. And not even the procedure itself and the cost of that fucking pack that you have to open to do it. Just fucking crazy. And they wonder why, like, you know, American health is just declining and not getting better when there's all these modern things we're coming out with. And I'd love to be a biomedical engineer. But as a manager, I scoff at like people coming in with like new things as well, because I'm like, yeah, you think I'm going to pay for that? Like, LOL, okay. I'd love to be the person that's finding new things, but like, who's gonna pay for it? Who's gonna purchase it? Who's gonna use these great new advancements they have to sit there and fight forever to maybe be able to use and aren't going to be approved, and patients aren't going to actually get the benefit most of the time anyway. But, you know, God bless America. Like,
God bless America. Do you think any of that's going to change? I mean, if you had a fortune, if you could predict the future over the next 20 years, do you think that gets better?
I think it's honestly like, you know, sitting on, you know, 4th of July or whatever, I think it's crazy that, you know, we haven't done anything drastic. Like,
it's kind of insane, right?
Yeah, like as a population, like I think it's crazy. Like we, you know, had this Independence Day over taxes that are nothing. Literally nothing. I would beg for those fucking taxes right now. Are you kidding me? Like if I work a disturbing amount of overtime, I'm literally getting half. Like after like my insurance and all this other stuff comes out, I get half.
Uncle Sam's just taking his cut.
Yeah, half of my fucking like actual wages. And so I scoff when I'm like reading, you know, like, hey, we're hiring for this thing and whatever, and they make X amount a month. I'm like, so they make half that a month, because if you get to a certain point, it just becomes half and it hurts. And I just think it's insane that we're somehow where we're at and we haven't done anything about it.
This is what upsets me about all these protesters for whatever way they fall on the Ukraine war, for Israel and Palestine. Yes, we should care about global affairs, and we should try to be this beacon of democracy. But if your house is on fire, you can't help your neighbors. You have to solidify your house, make sure your people are okay, and then you can cast your gaze abroad and say, where can we help these other people who are less fortunate? But if we're a dumpster fire and our only focus is abroad, that is a broken system. I mean, people in this country are dying on the streets, overdosing on fentanyl, dying because they can't get the care that they need, dying because of mental health problems, and
which are perpetuated by
shipping money abroad.
It's and we make it.
What can we do with $100 billion if we just kept that local? Meanwhile, even in this city,
my God, like
we're building these fucking bike lanes, and the roads are dog shit. I laugh at that every time I see one of those bulb outs or the new bike lanes. Okay,
those bulb outs are bullshit that help nobody, because it doesn't help the person crossing the street.
Did they do a study on how many people were actually being hit on these streets? Meanwhile, most traffic collisions with pedestrians are at mid-block level. And I don't think they've been just doing those bulb outs at mid-block level. They haven't. I can guarantee that. So we're just dumping money into a problem that's not even a problem.
No, at
and our
best,
roads are bullshit.
You're just going to hurt the person's cars on a more regular basis, which
How many people have hit those bulb outs? I've seen.
No one gets hit, but like people hit
curbs?
them. Yeah,
I
fucking hit one. Are you kidding me? Like, I didn't realize we put one in like on a normal turn, and to not go into the other lane, you end up hitting that bulb out. Like, just if you don't have a slug bug, which I do not have anymore, if you have a tiny car.
You got rid of the green slug bug?
Yeah, like I've been in a fucking HRV since 2021. And like, if you don't have a small vehicle, you're going to hit one of those. Are you kidding me? Like,
and how much money went into those?
Well, and then how much money are they going to get from that, though? Like, you're gonna have to get your car looked at a lot more frequently, new tires more frequently, and like all those things. Like, more capitalism. It's more profit to fuck things up than it is to fix things.
You know, it's been this idea that people get radicalized based off a certain idea. You know, it's been the most radicalizing thing for me.
What?
Is just realizing how this isn't a slight on people in these positions, but how dumb our politicians are at these levels. That they're just, and not even dumb, just how regular they are. They're just people. They're everyday people that maybe had, you know, a family pathway into these positions or got there and maybe compromised themselves or didn't to get to these positions, but they're just regular people making decisions that they maybe think are best for them or for their population. They don't know any better.
No, a person, if they're in charge, they're not in charge.
Look at Newsom.
Yeah. I mean, the person...
You think, does that guy give a shit about anybody in California? And maybe he's a nice guy. Maybe he is...
It doesn't matter if he does or doesn't. That doesn't actually change how he's going to respond and do things. Like, when you're in that position, your genuine beliefs are not... Yeah, it's just, what do you need to do to, A, you know, you're going to think about keeping your position.
You want to get reelected. You don't want to miss out on this bankroll that you've just been given.
Keep your spot, like where you're at. You don't want to go anywhere else. And then also, like, so what is the state telling you to do? Like, what is everybody else telling you to do? Like, what, you know, the funding that we're getting, especially the funding. What is the money telling you to do here? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's better for the people. If it puts you in a deficit, you're not going to do it. That's the shittiest thing. If it puts you in a deficit, even if it's best for the entire state, you're not going to choose that option.
And meanwhile, we're in a deficit with problems that have not been solved, homeless.
Yeah, but probably less of a deficit than it would take to fix that.
And I don't know if I believe that. I think we could fix these problems if someone was actually motivated and willing to get... If we had a governor that got into office and was willing to make that his only term, he only did one term in office, I think he could actually get something done. But they're so terrified of bucking against their donors or whoever's funding their campaign that they don't. I mean, we've given $1 billion to homelessness, and we have more homeless people than ever.
Well, look at the job market. Look at the scenario regarding all of that. People can't afford to pay as many staff members, especially at such a high rate that doesn't equate to what even like 10 years ago, like 5 years ago even.
But meanwhile, we pay some of the highest taxes in the country.
Yeah, like look at the salary, like the amount that, you know, you quote unquote make versus how far that amount went 5 years ago. Like,
you're going to talk about 5 years. Look at
like 10 years ago.
2008.
Yeah. Like
the home prices.
Let's not even going back that far. Not even that far. Just 5 years, let alone 10 years, let alone, you know, just that.
Look at pre-COVID.
Insane.
Look at 4 years ago.
It's fucking crazy. Like, it makes no sense. Like, I got my position 2 years ago and had gotten my raise, and technically should have been middle class. Like, that would have been a middle class amount. And, you know, even some odd years prior to that, it might have been even like, but like, it was a middle class amount. Like, and I should have been fucking shredding my shit. But it wasn't. It wasn't anymore. Like, that was you're not needing Medi-Cal amount, which is fucking insane. Because it shouldn't be like that. You shouldn't be finally reaching these like milestone numbers that just make it to where you don't need government assistance, technically.
Well, government assistance is only for people who are
like, you have
the very bottom percent.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because you think you would want to obviously take care of people who are doing the worst, but maybe help the middle class, the people that are actually carrying the economy.
Well, the people in that middle section, if you're right above, especially if you're right above that line, it's probably the worst spot to be.
Or even
you're
right at, and you just
I had that
sliver over.
I did that. I had that where I was $300 too much one month, like many years ago, obviously, but I was $300 too much, which meant I got to spend an extra $1,000 a month because I was $300 over.
And if you had been just shy of that, you would have been fine. You would have made up for that and then some.
Even on the phone, they were like, "Are you sure? Are you sure
quit
you're
your job
this many?
And you'll make
like
more money."
Like, just, you know, like, I can't, and they even say, like, I can't confirm, like, whoever, like, what it was the time frame. It might have been, like, it might have been for Planned Parenthood assistants, actually, that went, like, that specific phone call. But they're like, it's $300. Like, double check your numbers.
Yeah.
It's
Can we
$300.
do something with this?
Yeah. And they had me like sit there and like relook, and I'm like, no, like I competently make that much. And of course, I'm always working overtime. Like I had a single mother growing up. Like I have that work ethic for sure. But
it almost fucks you having that work ethic, because if you didn't have a job and didn't work,
me
you'd be
every
better
year.
off.
Are you kidding me? Every time. But I wouldn't trade it.
That's because of the kind of person you are. You know, but we're in a system where those kinds of people are almost hindered.
You're hindered, and you're going to be taken advantage of.
You're almost punished for trying to do something, for trying to actually work. And
be a hard worker on your own accord. You are going to get fucked in one way or another.
How crazy is that?
It's insane. Yeah, because that's the American dream, right? Like you're supposed to work your ass off. You're supposed to like, you should, if you're in medical, you should want to have a private practice. You should want to, help your community as much as possible and like do everything in that regard to like, bend and break the rules a little bit for your patients, for the community. And it shouldn't be a like, look at it on a case by case. Like, can I really bend this hard? Can I do that to this extent? It shouldn't be a fucking question. Like, you shouldn't be ever, like, I hate that I ever have to stop and go, can we do this, for somebody? It shouldn't be a question at any point in my mind. If you want to stop and like help somebody and you want to do this thing and you're working your ass off and like, I mean, again, like they're working their ass off. Like if you're, provider of any sort, you're working overtime, you're not sleeping, you're taking the brunt of bullshit. You're doing the American dream of like building these things from the ground up, and you just get shat on.
And then you have Canada, where they're just killing people because they're poor. Have you been following that?
I'm sorry, what?
I just took a turn. Canada has, you can get physician-assisted suicide, but they've structured it in such a way where you have people who just, can't afford to live, maybe are lower working class, and money is incredibly tight. And they're like, I don't see a way out of this. And so they're getting physician-assisted suicide. Or people who are worried, I can't afford rent. I'm behind on rent already. Maybe this is what's my call. And they go down that path. And Canada is just, I have only looked into this at a very top level, but some of the stories are, you ready for another?
You still have some sitting in that one.
We're talking about it. But it blows my mind that everyone talks about utopia and how the world could be this beautiful place, and we could make that here. We could make that here.
When has
we can't make that
ever
everywhere.
Worked, though?
Well, I'm not even talking about a communist utopia. I'm talking about a utopia where we actually care about our citizens. We care about freedom. We help the people that we can help. But nobody wants to do that here. Everyone wants to do that in some other country for people that they don't know. And not saying that that's not a good thing. I don't want that to come across that way.
We have that on small levels. There are these, and they get looked at that they're crazy. In small levels, like there are these people, there's people that, have a little community, right? And it's a chunk of people that pay into the community, and, people like that are, working their ass off, like building, you could stop there. Okay. Don't do it. Don't do it. Anyway, there are like, people that are.
You're starting to sound like a communist, Angel.
Listen, it's called a group of friends that work together and like, but they genuinely, like there are small communities and they get looked down on for that reason of like, looking like communists and so on, where they do help each other get their like medical things taken care of and their children taken care of. And that is, it's not actually like a utopia. It's not actually communism. It's just people living like they used to.
But we have the foundation for that here, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
we
what
can
is the
live
purpose?
like we used to. We can have that white picket fence dream again. We can
but
go
what is the
back
purpose
to
of
that.
our government? It is to protect the rights of American citizens.
It doesn't protect shit.
But that's what it's supposed to.
No, it takes everything away.
Exactly. But that's its only job, is to protect American rights.
We called them out for looking through garbage and like doing all those things, and then we signed off on letting them do that. We signed off on like CIA going through extra stuff. We signed off on our phones being flagged 24/7.
Global surveillance.
We signed, yeah. I mean, and we signed off it more and more and more, especially after 2001. And like we've been just signing off on it for years, and it's just normal now.
You know what worries me is that
I don't know.
to this day, so many people are still so adamant in their support for the lockdowns and think that that was the right call. And that maybe we should have done that even longer. That this blatant government overreach wasn't just an infringement on rights, but was something that should be encouraged and should be allowed to happen.
Yeah,
Cheers to that. God bless America. I do love this country, man. I can't. That's what kind of kills me about all of this talk about. I mean, if we're going to really go in, and I'm probably not the person to speak on this, is that the dual citizenship aspect and dual loyalties.
I think I'd probably rather be a dual citizen. Like, you get a lot of benefits.
I wanted to for a while. I was trying to convince my folks to get their citizenship in Mexico, but now I'm under the belief that.
Do you even speak Spanish, though?
I don't.
Okay.
I could give you the cope that most people that can't say, I can understand more than I can speak, but.
I can understand more than I can speak, but that doesn't mean shit.
Sure. Okay. But now I'm kind of under the impression that that shouldn't be a thing. That if you come here to this country, like this is the country. So we should either
be,
it's like the captain of the ship. We're either going to go down with the ship or we're going to figure it the fuck out.
But okay, I do see that because look at just San Francisco, right? And then years ago, this isn't even fucking current. This is just years ago. The amount of San Fran like housing and so on that was being bought up by people who had dual shit.
Nationality.
Yeah, they were going with it.
Foreign nationals like Chinese.
They might have specifically bought more than most.
Not even to live in, just to, flex.
They did buy
a
more.
penthouse down in San Francisco or New York.
And, and used it and whatever. But because they had that duality, they were able to do that more so. And the fact that we let people buy up our shit who don't even live here. Like they're not even they're not in the building. They're not in the house. They're not here. And they're
wouldn't let us do that in their country.
Yeah.
That's the big discrepancy that people don't realize. You can't go to China and do that.
No.
China doesn't even allow Facebook or Instagram. Meanwhile, they're pushing TikTok.
That's a whole nother problem. I re-download X, like the Twitter account.
I pay for X because I'm like, I'm going to die on this hill. Yeah. I've been censored by every other platform. Facebook has maybe been the best. I will give it out to Zuck for that, but also Instagram. I've been fucked
on Facebook in a long time. But Instagram's also like meta.
Instagram has fucked me. Yeah, exactly. But
I've seen more of your shit on fucking Instagram than I have on Facebook.
I had a video.
But they also just they choose who they want you to see based on
flagged all the time. TikTok's probably the most egregious, but Instagram will flag me. I think Facebook has only flagged a couple. So I feel like I need to give them some props, but also Zuck owns Instagram, so figure out your shit.
They probably just let like less people see your stuff on Facebook. And
I had a video flagged on TikTok that was a guest talking about the relationship between the Obamas and some higher ups in the Weather Underground, which is a documented relationship. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a real relationship that Michelle and Barack have had.
Well, that's the problem. It's documented.
You know what they flagged it for? Election and civil integrity.
They're done. Like, you can only be in that, like, you can only do that for so long. Like, there's
you can only do that
limit.
for so long because we have a platform like X. And I don't know if X is the savior that everyone thinks it is. I don't know. But the only pushback now is X. Because if X fell in line, all these platforms would ramp it up.
Who owns X? I thought it was
Elon
also...
Musk.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I need to log into my account. It's been a very long time.
I enjoy Twitter's probably the one that I'm scrolling, or X, now most. Just because it's so... Seeing the have you spent some time on there?
No, I have not been on there.
My
in
algorithm,
so
I don't know if I'm just
long.
being pushed in this way, but I have seen a lot of stuff about Hitler, which is kind of crazy. I don't know if that says something about me or the platform.
I was going to say, Nicholas, that is concerning.
Yeah.
Like,
a lot of his speeches, AI translated to English, so it's him talking, but in English.
they have this on X?
Yeah. Which I'll
what
be
are you
honest,
following?
I know I'm not following these accounts. They just show up on my timeline. And listen, some of the stuff he says is crazy because of its relation to our current point in time.
The fact that we've reached where we're at in our current point in time, and I am one of these people, and I should be, ashamed on some level. I can see how fucked everything is.
Ashamed for what?
Ashamed because I wouldn't do anything about it. What would I do? Like, would I really go up in arms and make this whole fucking scene in the night?
Storm the Capitol?
Yeah, I'm aware how fucked things are and how fucked things are becoming as they just continue to push and push and push. And I'm aware of all of it. And my response is I have my own stuff on my own level, on ground floor that I'm dealing with, instead of actually touching any of that. I can see it. I know it's there. I should care. That you should care.
Yeah.
Every one of the citizens, they should fucking give a shit.
But that's why the system works, is because all of us,
we know it's all fucking, especially the younger generation knows these things are being tracked and listened to, etc. My car is not even safe anymore. My
but
last
you have
one was.
Bills and you have a life and you're trying to figure shit out. And that's what people in positions of power are betting on, is because most people are trying to get shit together and they don't have time to pay attention to the FISA bill that they're fucking passing through, or what they're doing with Ukraine, or what they're doing with Israel.
Literally, election time frame, none of my media was even about that in the slightest.
I was tweeting during
during
the debate. I couldn't turn off the debate. But see, that's I think
that's mortifying.
But I think you're happier.
It's not even flagged. No, I mean, how are you actually happier because you're focused on things that should be inconsequential. In all honesty, it's whatever.
But they're consequential to your life. I'm focused on things that are consequential to my life, but I have no power over. And so that's how people go crazy.
But if enough people who don't have power over it actually choose to act, that's how you get movement.
But how do you get to that threshold? How do you wake enough people up to where real change can be enacted?
Well, and that's why meta fucking sucks, in all honesty.
Shout out to Zuck. He posted a video, I almost flagged it so we could pull it up, of him surfing. He was behind a wakeboard boat, and he's surfing, and he's got an American flag and a beer in his hand. I was wow,
Busch
this is
or Coors?
I think it's Coors Banquet.
Oh, the banquet, yes.
But it's
for the can? Not in the bottle?
A can.
Oh,
I know, rookie.
Jesus.
But this is great because he's doing this, and it's fuck yeah, America. But then come election time, he's going to be suppressing the shit out of everything. It's this is the world that we live in.
I have seen nothing. And my, ex, I call him 5'5" for reference. So 5'5" would sit there and just listen to shit. 5'5".
Is this for?
That was his height. And I'm 5'7".
Mark Zuckerberg?
No, it's my ex. So 5'5" was they would listen to a lot of shit. They would be always on political shit and so on. That's my common reference. If I just
5'5".
Yes. I have reduced their human capacity because they were not very human. Anyway.
I wish I would have said something. Now that we've been talking about it, I wish I would have. I didn't know. You get into those tracks where it's do I say something? Do I not? But I wish I would have said something to you.
And some friends had to an extent, and I remember how difficult they made it to see those people.
See, that was my fear, is I didn't want to alienate you because I'm I love you as a friend. I want you around in my life. I don't want to push you past a point where you think we can't come back from.
you being like as friendly and so on as you were in that time frame made it to where I could still go on podcasts and all that shit. And then they even were on their own podcast.
Yeah, no. You know why I did that?
Why?
Because I was a little. I don't want to shit on this person because, truth be told, I see a lot of myself in my younger years in that person. I think that's why I was conflicted
that's
a little
what's
bit.
fucking scary about things
and I don't know everything, so I don't want to say that and then be like, oh, I was fucking beating people in the back or something. But I brought you both on because I felt I didn't necessarily want that person to come on because I had reservations about how the podcast was going to go, but I wanted you on. And I didn't want to cause a chasm where it felt like you were you had to choose between your boyfriend and doing the podcast.
Oh, they loved listening to the podcast because they loved seeing me oh god, and they probably would listen to this shit considering. Ooh,
he told me. You know what's crazy? He. I don't want to shit on this guy.
Do it
at all. I'm not trying.
I'll give you $5 to it. In all honesty,
I never wanted to bring him on because when we were hanging out, he was shitting on the intro to the podcast. The music.
Oh yeah, the music.
And
itself,
I thought that's your gripe is just the intro. Like what? That's your gripe. I can understand if you don't like it. Like that's cool, but the way that it was playing out, it's like that's really.
Well, they would show on other things, but that was the easy thing that was acceptable in their mind to talk about. But behind closed doors, they shut on the conversation style, like how newbie it was, like. Everything under the sun they could talk shit about, they did.
For the podcast?
Yes.
Oh, thanks for that.
Sorry.
Goddamn, now I can shit on this guy. Thanks.
But again, I obviously, in that scenario is whatever, to an extent, I am happy to just talk and, see the homie and whatever. Although, because they knew how much I hated hearing my voice and so on, they of course played it at the house and everything. I was like, God, you're an asshole.
For you to hear it.
Yeah. And walk in to that was the only time they folded laundry was just to listen to that and fold laundry at the same time. I'm like, really?
Well, he's going to enjoy this episode if he listens to it.
Oh, and I wouldn't honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if they did.
Well, if he sees your name up there.
Dude, they literally, here's some golden ticket information. I've been arrested.
You've been arrested?
Yes, for the first time in my life, I was arrested. And I showed up on Lost Coast Outpost and whatnot, under the booked category. For, if you look at the codes, it was for a DUI and for having brass knuckles. Because I am the whitest motherfucker you will ever meet. And I obviously have worked with the police a lot, working in mental health for in medical for so many years. And so, of course, the one time that I was pulled over many hours after I had been drinking, I gave them everything under the sun, which included searching the shit out of my vehicle that I did not know had a knife in it. It was a knife.
You can't have a knife in your car?
The knife specifically had...
the brass knuckle.
Little grippy... Yeah, you would hold the knife through these, finger slots that were technically considered brass knuckles. That was found in my vehicle, which I didn't think was there. I was under the impression that was also...
But wait, that's illegal? You can't have a knife like that?
It's considered brass knuckles. If you have anything that is... You can consider brass knuckles, you can't have it. And the policy for Humboldt County is to charge it as a felony. It's not actually immediately a felony charge. You can do a misdemeanor. But their policy, it was cleared later on, but they had to put it as a felony. The cop that, the main officer of the time frame did ask multiple people, and I had heard her and witnessed her asking multiple people because, obviously, I was not the biggest fish to fry. But in that time frame, I was put in cuffs and charged with a felony. And because that ends up on the Lost Coast Outpost with my name on it, you can guess who contacted me that wasn't blocked just yet. Which
This was after you guys had broken up.
Well after. Months later. Yeah.
How long have you guys been broken up for now?
Over a year now. It was April 9th. Because it was...
Of 2023.
Yes. Of 20,
Okay.
Yeah, because it was literally... it was like 2 a.m. of Easter. Because I had gone to this Easter thing the night before. Yeah.
Were you inebriated?
When we broke up?
No, for this
Oh, for this thing? Like,
infraction.
I just felt exhausted. I did not feel inebriated at all. I just felt fucking tired. It was like when they pulled me over, it was basically 4 a.m. I was like, I just want to go home. I want to go sleep. I hadn't drank in hours. Like, I literally just felt tired. Which is mortifying because I'm like, oh shit. Like, I only felt tired. I did not feel drunk. I like turned like a little like, you know, if these fancier cars have these, you know, like, hey, stay in your lane things.
Yeah.
I turned that on. And like usually when I turn on, it does like a little jiggle. It did a jiggle, and the lights
of the cop car.
Yeah, behind me. And I was like, oh, okay. And they're like, yeah, you like swerved slightly because like it jiggles, like it literally moves the actual.
So the car actually moves.
Yeah.
With that jiggle. Okay.
So it moves the steering wheel, which, you know, normally not an issue, but apparently, you know, cop behind me. So
did they give
an
you a
issue.
sobriety test?
They did. And then they had asked, like, you know, do you want to like breathe in, you know, do the breathalyzer thing? Like if we choose to arrest you, like we're going to do it anyway. And I offered my breath. I didn't like wait to be arrested.
What'd you blow?
God.
We're already into the
Nicholas.
story. You got to tell us now.
I blew like a 0.11.
Oh.
I mean, I blew drunk. I blew like they look shocked, and I also was like,
ooh.
like like you can't see it. Like if I ever do get the body cam, like stuff. Yeah, the arresting.
shock.
Yeah, she looked shook, and I was like, also like, oh my god, yikes, because I just feel tired, and that's concerning.
What is that like being in the back of the cop car?
Awful. I would not recommend it. Like having handcuffs on, like in that scenario. I have never had any other scenario for handcuffs. So like,
So walk me
Lord
through.
knows there.
You blow positive. They cuff you and put you in the back?
I think they waited a second, and then they redid it again, and then they're like, we're putting you, again, like under arrest, blah, blah. They hadn't started like the search on my vehicle yet. It's like, so far I'm going to be charged with, a DUI and like blowing over X amount, right? And then I, of course, I tell them exactly where my vape pen's at, which is a weed pen, like all of that, which is that doesn't give you a charge. But I tell them everything. You're
an open book.
Yeah. What am I going to hide? In my mind, I don't shit on, police officers in the night. They're doing their fucking job. They're servicing people, the community, like I do. That's it. And so, of course, I give them, access to my entire car and so on. And apparently that knife that I thought would have been down, in LA County with that person. But if they did, if they do listen
that was
to
your
this.
ex's knife.
Yeah, I thought that they had taken that knife with them. If they do happen to listen to this, that's kind of funny. But yeah, I thought I thought it was down there. And it apparently was in my car. And then they didn't even tell me where they found it. I found out from the lawyer later on, that it was in a gray bag, which I had bought us matching gray bags or whatever. On accident, I had purchased 2 and I meant to purchase 1. Strap backpacks, whatever. They actually had some of my actual shit in there too. So weird, because half that stuff was just random stuff that was just in the car, not things I was actually toting around, weird art supplies from my dead grandma, just random shit. But yeah, no, that was found, and so that was a felony charge, which doesn't have to be put in that way, but for some reason Humboldt County, that's their rule. I don't know why. she asked like many people. I was present for her asking them and like radioing and so on. Like, so I know like she genuinely did ask like higher ups and so on. But that's not like an actual thing. Like, you don't have to put, having brass knuckles as a felony charge. So for a minute, I was walking around like, I could be a felon. Like, I am this like innocent ass looking woman who has only ever tried to serve her community, and I'm a fucking felon potentially. Like,
what's the charge for DUI?
The DUI charges, they're all misdemeanors.
Are they really?
The ones that I had were like, I'm sure you could like, especially the higher up you go.
So
and so on, like,
it's level delineated. Yeah,
like, and I maybe in the level that I was at, it's two separate charges because I was above a certain level. That was a secondary charge. Like, you could, I'm sure, go even like harder than that. And I'm not recommending this at all, but if you ever are pulled over for a DUI and they offer you a blood test, you should do the blood test.
Why is that?
In part because it's more accurate, and also in part because you are not going to do that blood test until you get to the hospital. There is time between you being arrested and you being taken to the hospital.
Noted.
Yeah.
Do you think that you blew a .11?
Like, basically I think it was .119 or something. So I think they brought it up to like a .12.
.19?
No, .119. So it was a .12 was what they like actually.
.12, and what's the legal limit? .08.
Yeah. Which is fucking scary, obviously, because like, how much of an alcoholic was I in that time frame, which I would not admit being an alcoholic at any time frame, to have felt just tired right then. Just saying.
What happens from that? You go down. I mean, do you just pay a fee? Do you get?
Oh, you pay there. Oh my God. It is.
Do you have to go to court for that?
I had gotten a lawyer, which I mean, they probably would not be happy with any of this. But like, I got a lawyer, obviously. And again, these are like my recollections on the numbers that are probably incorrect. Anyway, so they do the court for you a lot of times, like getting a lawyer, they, show up for you and so on, like whenever possible. And that costs money. Like that, is a lot of, like, that's thousands of dollars, even on a misdemeanor, let alone a felony. Lots of money. And then if you don't get one, you have to, show up yourself anyhow. And there's like court fees, and then there's DMV fees, and then there's like heart program fees, and there's.
What is a heart program?
That's like to go, hey, I, did X, Y, and Z to be able to like drive again. Like,
do you get to keep your license?
You end up with like a temporary one, and then you get your license back. And then you have like a little thing like on your license that goes, if you're, in X, Y, and Z scenario, you don't get to decline this.
What are the restrictions on a temporary? Just daylight hours or?
Like, okay, I don't know them offhand.
Sorry,
but like, there's like a whole thing. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you have to look at
and go through.
Yeah, like there's all this stuff that you have to figure out and go through and experience. Which is why everyone that I've ever known that's had a DUI always suggests obviously not getting one. Crazy concept. Yeah. They suggest like don't drink and drive.
I think that's
like not even buzz.
If
like,
you take anything from this podcast, that's
like
might be the go-to.
Yeah.
Just hey.
Which, I mean, there's a really funny video out there that's like,
pour us another shot, but we're Ubering out of the studio. So
honestly, I could walk home from here. But
do you live close? I thought you lived on 12th. No, we're gonna get you an Uber.
Oh my God,
an Uber. We got you.
That's a good walk.
I'm gonna Uber too. Yeah, we're gonna Uber.
Oh my God.
I've walked across. Not to take us on a tangent. I've walked across town before because I was too drunk to drive.
Your flex
kind of a shitty flex.
Town.
I'm gonna backtrack that.
Okay, so I've gone from like Winco to like out in Samoa, like Fairhaven or whatever. Jesus Christ.
We're Ubering. We're gonna
noted.
We're gonna get you an Uber.
Yeah, noted. We'll text my mother and go, hey.
No, we got you.
Yo. Side note, it's fine. there are worse things. But yeah, like it's a whole thing. Like it is a, being in cuffs is traumatizing for sure. Like it is just.
Well, and this is 2 a.m. This is.
Oh no, I was in cuffs after like we're going on 3 to 5. Like I was arrested at like 3:47. Like is when they pulled me over, and then I was at the jail finally like at 5 a.m. Like.
So it took you an hour and 15 minutes to get to the jail.
Because they were waiting.
And so are you in general population or are you in a sober tank?
Basically like their sober tank, like pending or whatever, arresting area is like where you end up. But the reason it took so long to get over there was the person, like the tow that was supposed to come didn't come for.
So they tow your car.
Oh yeah. Like if you're pulled over,
or?
they take your car. And I was actually driving a friend, and
somebody else was in the car with you.
Yeah, and she was very drunk, whereas I was over here just acting sober as shit. So like, again, wild. They took her home, which was really cool. I was probably like one of the people. Well, I'm sure there's many people who have like a lot of calls that come in when people find out that they're arrested. But anyway, so they get somebody to tow your car. They write on the paperwork, like, who has your vehicle. So you can go get that. So, like, that's another fee, like, that in itself. Getting your, car back from being, towed. Then you
have to pay to get it out of impound.
Which sucks ass. And this happened for me. It was technically New Year's Eve. So it was, Sunday, it was a weekend and had been technically Sunday at that point. It was, a holiday. So extra fees.
So this is January 1st.
Or not years. I'm sorry.
Easter.
No, it was Christmas. Sorry, Christmas Eve. The schedule for the work is the same, which is terrible. That's how I timeline my brain. But I map my brain for work, and the week of Christmas versus the week of New Year's is exactly the same, just 1 week later. Anyway, yeah. So that happens over the weekend, and we're supposed to be like having fun things for Christmas Eve and all that shit. So I'm in jail technically, and one reason that I realized I would not do well in jail, the fucking food they gave you for breakfast, like, hey, like you're gonna potentially like be here a minute. They gave you like this sack of food, and it's like this orange that's sad as shit. Okay, this orange is not. That's not a good orange. Some shitty ass cereal, regular like milk. I think that was it. In all honesty, and I was like, that orange is fucked. That cereal was some cereal that had like there's just like the amount of gluten, yikes. And then the fucking regular ass milk. I'm like, I wouldn't survive.
How long were you in there for?
Like maybe 5 hours.
Okay.
And it was enough. Don't get me wrong. Like over here, like I'm like, I show up and I'm like, oh my God, like exhausted as shit, like just dead, having to call my mother and go, hey, I pulled a dad move.
What happened to your friend?
We dropped her off. Like the cop literally took her to her house.
Oh, the cop Ubered.
The cop drove her all the way home.
Damn.
And like took her home. Yeah. And
holy shit.
Yeah, like, and apparently that's like very uncommon.
New cop or what?
I think they might have just felt for,
the situation.
Yeah. It was not a very common experience, apparently. Like, you don't usually have a cop ask to see, like, if you can, drop charges to, like, lower levels and so on. So.
Oh, she was trying to help you out.
Yeah. Like, I think there was, like, a level of, like, hey, you're not a piece of shit, but, like, bad things happen. And, sometimes you. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. How many people have had, like, one beer too many and feel like, no, I'm fine. And then don't get popped.
Yeah. And how many hours later, like it's X amount of hours later and you think you're good, but you're not. And like I've fluctuated so much in size and everything. Like I've been over 200 pounds. I was 202 at one point. I had been 125. I think the lowest was 122, which was fucking mortifying. Side note, never going back to that. Jesus. Like, you end up in all these different spaces. Like, you're doing different things for like food-wise.
And your body's carrying alcohol differently.
Exactly. Like, you may not, think something is the same, like, extent. And at that time frame, like, yes, I had been drinking, like, more often, which you would not want to tell, court systems and so on, because if you tell them, like, that you had been drinking more often, hence you actually weren't as, like, mentally compromised, but physically had this in your system, that is called alcoholism. Side note, bad, not good. Which, of course, I got a spiel about from my father, which is why I told my mom when I called her, I pulled a dad move. And I've been arrested. Please get me out of here.
What was your bail?
It was like $30,000.
$30,000.
Yes. And so a bail bond is like 10% of that, which is still $30,000.
And this is first time offense?
Yeah.
$30,000.
Felony. A felony puts you at that level.
But for the knife, not for the DUI.
Yeah. Yeah. Just
Holy
that knife.
shit.
That having a cool knife in your car, which is like one of the things I hate about like the current state of America is like that is a like don't get me wrong. Obviously, having brass knuckles is bad. Like they do like a lot of damage, etc.
Like, let's be honest. Why should you not be able to have brass knuckles? It's a self-defense item. Why would we not want? People can carry guns. They should be able to carry guns. We should have concealed carry at least.
You're a small woman. Like
why should you not be able to have that? Why would that be a charge? Especially given the context, all the violence going on. Why would we not want people to be able to protect themselves?
I don't have much response in all honesty because, like, at the same time, like, again, like, as a, like, I shrunk even more woman with very little ability.
I don't want you to take this the wrong way. You're not very threatening, so I would say,
I was
kudos
less,
to you for carrying that.
I was less threatening at the time frame. Like, and for that, like, that information right there, like, I have gained, like, 20 pounds since then.
It's all muscle.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Obviously, yeah. But like again, like that small and that time frame, and maybe that's why there was, again, like some level of
compassion.
Compassion and so on. And of course, the conversation that took place between my friend and I, like in the back seat, them being very drunk and like wanting to hug me and so on, and me being like, "Girl,
time.
You can't touch me." They said no.
Talk about a fuck me moment, though, being cuffed in the back of a car for any reason.
That shit is, like, so embarrassing, the amount of, like, just straight, like, it hurts. I'm not gonna lie. Like, having your wrists in, like, handcuffs, like, tight like that behind your back, that's not good. Not good. But it's just not good. Like, not a good spot in any way, shape, or form.
That's why I'm so not. I don't want to take this off on too far of a tangent, but that's why I'm very excited for these self-driving cars, because the idea that you can just drive your car somewhere, get wasted if you want to, and your car will take you home. That's going to be incredible.
But they are still arresting people that like have those vehicles.
Well, yeah, we're not there yet, but in the next decade, guaranteed, we're going to be there, and that'll be great. You'll never have an excuse. We're just sit in the back seat, let your Tesla take you home. You're going to be okay.
Definitely not a Tesla, considering you just have to replace the entire car after they fuck up in one thing. But yeah, no, for sure.
That's what I'm excited for, is that will be a new part. But
the amount of people that just get so used to driving like kind of drunk. Like I know people who don't have a license because they couldn't stop driving drunk.
I know people who don't have motorcycle licenses and are just riding their bikes, and it's like it's just they know how to ride, so they just fuck it.
Okay, these people just don't drive actually, but like they stop driving in general because they're like, yeah, I can't stop driving drunk, so I just don't drive, and they sold their car. And like there's like a level of like that's sad, like that you are choosing, to drink over.
Drink to excess.
Yeah, like
Over
instead of like
freedom.
having that car, like I rather occasionally leave my vehicle somewhere than like have that. Like I don't mind walking somewhere.
When did this happen? Are you still on probation for that?
Oh, you're on, like it's years.
Multi.
Yes, there are years where you are going to be checked. Like if you have anything in your system.
Meaning what? That if they pull you over, you can't decline a test, or that somebody's actually coming to you to check?
That first one. I definitely have not had that second situation, which sounds awful.
How many years?
Honest.
What?
I think it's like 2.
2 years. So when did this happen that you were arrested?
December 24th of 2023.
Oh, so last December.
Yes.
And so for 2 years, you don't get to decline.
Yeah. Like there's no so they can't sit there and question like, did you seem sober enough or whatever? Like they could just do it.
So with the bail, so you paid $3,000, your mom paid $3,000 to get you out.
Yeah.
Did you go to court for the case, or did you just, what happened there?
The lawyer did that whole situation.
So how did that end?
They dropped the felony charge. I still have the misdemeanor from the DUI, so I get to deal with that portion, which apparently is way too common with medical professionals, which is...
To have a DUI?
Oh, dude, the amount of DUIs for medical people, holy shit, the doctors with those, or the PAs or the NPs, and the PAs and NPs don't admit it as much, but the nurses and doctors, the lower end and the higher end admit it more. Yeah, my friend who's not involved in any way whatsoever, he talks shit immediately and was like, yeah, no, you work in medical. Of course you have a DUI.
Is that just people getting a drink after work? Like after a late shift that they get off, or?
To an extent, yeah. I honestly think it's just, again, this stress that you endure
Takes a toll.
Yeah, it's on a routine basis, and what's awful is that you alcoholism wise, you get used to a certain tier in your system that no longer affects your ability to do things, but is beyond what it should be.
Well, you build a tolerance to anything that you do.
Exactly. And alcohol is no, it's not, it's definitely not one against that. It's probably one of the more common ones. And yeah, no, it's pretty common that, I've heard stories of, doctors having to wait an hour before they can do surgery because their patient, was going into labor and they were an OB and they had a lot of wine. Just, it should be crazy, but that's better in my mind than the doctors that weren't flagged in the slightest until they got pulled over, who had a disturbing amount of coke in their system because coke counteracts, the alcohol, because uppers and downers and so on. And that is more scary to me because that's Ritalin and Adderall and caffeine. If you do a lot of caffeine, you're going to see similar effects to Ritalin and so on. And then cocaine and everything that's scary. I don't know. As a human being who has to have a provider that's medical, that concerns me in a pinch. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't get tested for that very often in comparison, but...
I wonder how many people are driving around stoned.
Oh, God. The amount of high people, the people that I know that, wouldn't drive if they weren't high is crazy.
What is the...
That's still...
they obviously don't have any distinction between someone who blows... there's no variance in the scale, right? It's 0.08 period, regardless of size, regardless of gender. It's just 0.08.
If you're reckless, even if you're under that limit, they can still arrest you because you're reckless.
For DUI?
Yeah, but it's called they
That's not a DWI.
They let it off more as a wet and wild is the...
What does that mean?
That's still
Wet
loose,
and wild?
yeah, wet. Yeah, it's like a loose ass term. Basically, like you had DUI, but wet and reckless. Whatever. It's like it's some bullshit. With it's the same thing, but it's less enough that they can let you off. You get like very minor charges, but you still get charged. Which is why I would not officially ever tell anybody to take the blood test, but unofficially take the blood test. Yeah, that's side note. Which is shitty, but at the same time, like the amount of people that I know that should be pulled over that aren't is disturbing.
It's just so hard because you hear all those stories about people, taking one too many and then they end up on the wrong side of the road and they take out a family of 4 or something.
It's fucking mortifying. And there are people that I know that you try to sit there and tell on a routine basis to not do that when they finally get their own car. And they 110% don't listen because...
But I've heard so many stories of people saying, recounting after the fact that, I probably shouldn't have driven that one time, but, I was fine. I might have had one too many, but I was fine. And I drove home and nothing happened and we were okay. And that was the end of it.
That's why they have those laws. That is the entire reason why, there's, multiple charges to myself.
Do you think that they were right to do that?
Oh, yeah, I'm not against it. Like, I will take that shit 110%. Like,
but you felt fine. You wouldn't have guessed that you would have blown a 1, 2.
Oh no, that was 110%. Like, I was shocked, but that was an eye opener. Yeah, like that was oh my God, I need to dial back my drinking. If I felt okay right then, like that's mortifying. That's not this is fucked. That's are you okay? Like mentally, like are you just like coping that hard? That was a reassess yourself moment. That was not I don't know. That's for me. And I know that that's not the response everyone would have, but for me personally, that's holy shit. Like, where are you at that you felt okay right then? Like, it doesn't matter, like, what's in my system. It matters, like, why did you feel okay?
I had this one time.
I don't know.
In high school, allegedly. If I was going to come up with a story, this is what it would be.
Okay.
And I had been maybe under the influence of some marijuana.
Allegedly.
I'm just making this up to relate to your story, but
100%. Sure.
I had not anticipated having to drive that night. And so I'd been allegedly under the influence of that with some friends. Mm-hmm. And a few hours had passed by and I had to go pick up my parents. They had been drinking and needed a ride.
Oh, and allegedly, yes.
I allegedly hadn't, I was not inebriated at this point in time, but
yeah,
I was enough that I was concerned somewhat. It was in the back of my mind. And so I had responded that I would go pick them up. And so I'm driving to get them, and the whole way, I felt fine enough to drive, but the whole way down to get them, I remember thinking, do I pick them up? Because what happens if I pick them up and we crash and it's on me? I feel fine enough, but if they get into my car and something happens to us, to somebody else, I don't know that I would be able to live with myself. And I'm driving down the whole way, and I'd like to think that had it been posed to me in that moment that I would not have picked them up. But I had gotten down there and then they had sobered it up enough that they drove themselves back. But I had actually been stopped by cops. So I pull into a gas station. My parents are filling up. I'm waiting a little, maybe 20 yards outside of the gas station. And cops pull up to me because I was in a Camaro, my 75 Camaro at the time, which was yellow and black, yellow with black racing stripes. allegedly. And
With
they
the
pull
black
up.
jacket, though, that's leather?
No, I didn't have the leather
Oh, okay,
jacket.
okay.
I had no jacket and the windows down. And they pulled up to me and I thought, this is it. This is how my life ends. And they checked me out. They checked out the car. They were just saying, hey, we just want to make sure everything's copacetic. You're in a interesting car sitting outside of a gas station. We just want to make sure everything is okay. And I'm shitting my pants. And everything was fine. I drive back. My parents drive back in their own car. And that was the end of it. But that moment has stuck with me and will stick with me for the rest of my life. Because had I been in a position where I got there and they weren't able to drive, would I have picked them up? Should I have driven in the first place? And would I have picked them up? And you make these decisions and sometimes you don't know, you're not quite sure what is around the bend.
Yeah. Like, what is the best
What are
thing
going to
to
be the
do?
repercussions of this? And what should I do in this moment? What kind of person am I? And what decision am I going to make? That's how I feel about life in a lot of ways, that a lot of the decisions we make are just life holding up a mirror and showing us this is the kind of person that you are in this moment. And
Yikes.
you can choose to be better. You could choose to be worse. But
Why would you
this is who
ever
you are
choose
right
to
here.
not be better, though?
Well, some people, I don't know if it's, some people do. I think, and maybe it's not even a choice. Maybe it's just a moment of reflection where life says, we're not going to make a judgment, but we're going to hold up this mirror and you have the opportunity to see what is really there. And you can decide past that where you go. We're not going to call you out. We're not going to shame you. We're just going to say, here is the picture of you in this moment. This is the person that you are. Is this the person that you want to be? Is this the person that you're going to live the rest of your life as? Or do you need to make some changes?
Ouch. But number two, I feel...
Not even, that's not even directed at you. That's more directed at me. I think about that moment at least weekly. I think about that all the time.
Everyone should
in
have an
that
ouch.
moment. You need
Every decent human being should have an ouch. Like, you should see that and be like, fuck. Like,
Who am I?
Yeah. Like, what are you doing? Like, that
I
should...
have those moments all the time.
Yeah. Like, it should be a constant, like, thing where you're just...
You recognize that you
yeah.
are not all that you could be. And you need to embrace that and suck it up and face the pain to become who you should be.
As cliche as it is, you should always try to improve yourself. Constantly. And that scenario that you had reviewed, I had definitely thought of another one where we picked up your sister from a casino. And I don't...
My sister?
Yeah, your sister. I don't recall who drove. It might have been Crystal. But you were definitely in the car. Crystal was in the car, and I was in the car. And we grabbed your sister, and your sister was drunk. And I think it was Blue Lake, because that's the one that's, like, outside of
I don't remember this.
Oh, my God. You could have not been there.
Well, I would have been there. If you guys were picking up my sister, I feel like I probably would have been there.
You should have been there. But I think I probably made an ass myself, I'm sure. But yeah, like, I remember picking her up and I wasn't driving. I think Crystal was driving, in all honesty. I think I was in the back. But yeah, like, I remember, like, picking her up. I know I said something stupid at one point, and that's about the max that I have, like, remembers. Like, I know I fucked up at one point. I know I picked her up. I know she was drunk. I know Crystal wasn't. Those are the points that I held in my brain. Like, driving back from, like, Blue Lake Casino to your parents' house in Eureka.
I thought you were going to say Crystal was wasted and shouldn't have been driving, and I was about to
No.
reflect on my entire life of the decisions that I've made.
She could have been, a little bit... I mean, maybe she was, but she was definitely, like, the most sober. If she had been...
I don't remember this. Wow.
I remember she definitely... I think your sister might have even cried a little bit, in all honesty. Like, it was, like, there was an emotional conversation that took place, and I had made... Yes, I made, like, a bad joke at least once. Like, I know I made a terrible joke that, like, did not hit right.
It's so interesting what people remember that you're adjacent to that you don't remember. I don't remember that. I don't remember my sister being around
And
the group.
I
like
don't
that.
necessarily recall if you were in the car or not. It actually...
I must have been. I would have been, because if you guys were going to get my
I mean,
sister,
that
I would
makes
have been there.
sense.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to recall you like in the space, and I recall Crystal in the driver's seat. I recall your sister in the passenger, and I think I was behind the passenger, and I don't recall another human being. So you might not have been.
I probably would have been there. I can't imagine I would have sent you guys to go pick up my sister. At least,
you
I could
obviously
imagine.
weren't sober. Like,
Yeah.
like it was. Yeah,
If I wasn't driving, I could imagine you guys going, but I would have been with you.
that
Otherwise,
makes
what I
sense.
say, hey guys, can you go pick up my sister? She's had a couple to drink. I need some
If
help.
that was a scenario, then she was next to me in the back, and you were in the passenger. That's the only other scenario.
I don't remember this. But isn't that so fascinating?
It's vague as fuck. Like, again, it's one of those, like, it's vague as shit. And I have literally had dreams that are more crystal clear than that I know they're dreams versus memories, which is insane. Because, like, you should have, like, your memories should always be, like,
rock solid.
yeah, exactly. But they're not. And that's the scary thing.
I have memories like that. I've made a point in doing this that I would never lie on the podcast. And I think I've told one lie, but it's a lie based off of a memory that I'm not quite sure is rock solid. I think I said that in a podcast that I had watched somebody punch a hole in a wall it wasn't a frat party, but it was like an off-site party in college. And I don't know if I saw that or if I have that off of some other memory of like a movie or an imaginary thing, but that memory feels fuzzy, and I just remember saying that. And then I listened back to it during the podcast. I was like, that feels fuzzy.
Like, did that really happen?
Yeah. But how do you know? It's your memory. But is it your memory, or was it an influence of things? Was it a movie that you saw as a kid? Where's the correlation there?
Usually I talk about memories like that actually happened. But I did catch myself recently going like, that was like those
Maybe
terms were, a little more embellishing.
But I've had memories and then talked to friends who were there for the memory, and they've been like, I remember it differently. It's like, oh, which one of us where's the truth in that memory? Because each time you recall a memory, it is influenced by your current situation.
Well, it's a memory of a memory.
Yeah, so you're constantly altering. I have memories that I purposely don't recall because I want them to remain pristine in that way. So I try, whenever they start to pop into memory, I force them back down because I don't want them to be altered.
Or if you recall them like only in a certain state. Because there are certain ones that I will only like pull up entirely in a certain state.
Like an inebriated state, or
no, like a sober one. Like I will only like view it in X, Y, and Z state, but like I can reflect on a feeling of it in another state. But it is what it is.
We're so malleable as people.
Yeah.
And our memories are so not concrete. And even the information that we consume is, I read 1984 during COVID. And you want to talk about a mind fuck. I read that, and then I read A Brave New World back to back. And I think that seriously altered my perception of reality. In that it's just so easy to fuck with information and change it and bend it to whatever power is in play in the current moment.
I purposely did not finish 1984.
I like that book. I didn't really care for A Brave New World. It didn't really touch me in the same way, but 1984 really fucked with me.
The person that led me to read it, I didn't fuck with. So like as soon as they were, I didn't. I didn't finish.
Okay.
Yeah,
I have a copy. I'll let you borrow the copy if you want to read it.
I might still have a copy. I might have thrown it away.
You should read it.
I threw away a lot of shit.
I think you would like it, but who knows? I had a.
It was not bad. Like reading it initially, I didn't have I was like, oh my god, like the whole like fake sheep like bit. I was like, what the fuck? Like a fake sheep? Like this is.
I had my mom read it, and for the first while. She was like, this book fucking sucks. Why did you recommend this book to me? This book is dog shit. And then she finally kind of got into it towards the end. But it was every time she'd read a couple chapters and like, why would you think that I would want to read this? This is a terrible book.
Just to start it immediately was like, oh God.
It's a little slow in the beginning, but I think the themes there are...
They're heavy. Like, like you start off with, again, like a fake sheep being like...
I don't remember the fake sheep. I'm trying to recall the fake sheep, but I don't know.
That was like one of the first things. I remember like a sheep in the beginning and that being like a fucking thing.
It's been a few years since I've read it. I don't recall a fake sheep. Not that it wasn't there, but I don't recall a fake sheep. I'm trying to, but my memory is fucked. My memory, my hearing, I'm going to be doing this podcast blind and deaf. And I'm going to have somebody in here
like
transcribing it to Braille so I can read it and respond. I think about that a lot.
I like high key love ASL, like American Sign Language. I think it's fantastic.
Do you know it?
Barely.
Okay.
Barely. Like I passed the class, but I probably shouldn't have. But I'm an expressive human being. So every time I talk to somebody who's hard of hearing or deaf, they're like, you're great, because that's half of the language. Yeah, like that's so much of the words that you use, the way you change the word is how you express it. And so me being a disturbingly expressive person, it's great for ASL. Which I honestly should just go farther into because you can make a lot of money doing that, TBH. But I do love like ASL. Like when I stop being able to communicate like verbally, my biggest thing that like fucks me up is like I'll either need like food or water like bad. Like I'm like I've hit this wall. Like I cannot talk anymore without these items. I'm like just sitting there's like food, just signing food or like water, like please, just constantly. And you know, obviously that's 2 words. That's it. Like it's not even like the alphabet or anything else. Like just teaching somebody 2 words of like food. And going, oh shit, like let me grab like a snack real quick. That can mean a lot. Like there's a lot of people like, and you see all the memes and bullshit, you know, with, you know, hangry women and all that and a bag of chips of like, they can't function without food. I get it. But
nobody can function without food.
No.
Come on.
Like how do you think properly without food?
It's game over.
Well, it's emotional. It's not even hangry. It's emotional. Like you just get angry with it. You can get, I mean, everything is exaggerated. Like the same thing with like lack of sleep. It's just all going to be, yes, it's a very exposed nerve ending.
I've been thinking about learning ASL. I've got tinnitus that's maybe ramping up. And so I've been thinking about going deaf and how to kind of combat that. And ASL seems like a solid bet to hedge your money on against that.
It's also like nice if you're like, so I am a little socially inept, but obviously I figured out how to pass enough.
What does that mean? Because we've had multi-hour long podcasts of you talking fine.
Yes.
And outside of the podcast, we've had who knows how many hours of conversation.
So you and I may talk fine at times, but I often enough do not respond in a way that is socially appropriate. Like I, miss cues or whatever, which is like one of the things that also puts me on like the red flag for like maybe, neurodivergent or whatever. Like are those things like where I don't always respond the way I am supposed to. But I'm also like hyper vigilant and aware that I'm not responding how I am supposed to. It's like there's a catch-22. Like I know that I'm not doing something right, but like I'm not doing something right.
When you say that
sucks ass.
Is that a recognition that you feel that you should have responded differently in the moment, or that there would have been a more socially acceptable response?
That part right there. There's a more socially acceptable response that I am supposed to do in that time frame that I did not do.
But but what does that mean that there's a more socially acceptable response?
Like, there's the how you're supposed to respond versus what the fuck came out of my mouth in that moment or didn't.
But what does that mean, socially acceptable response?
That means...
Like if someone says, hey, how's your day going? And you respond, it's shit. My dog died. My grandfather's sick. I'm not sure if I'm going to make rent this month. Is that a socially acceptable response? I don't know, but that's a legitimate response. That's how you're really doing.
Touche. Yes, I see where you're coming from in that moment. In non-severe scenarios where everything is, again, within still like normal limits, it's within normal limits that you find yourself still beyond where you should be. Like, there's nothing exceptional happening, but you still are not responding in the normal sector where there's enough stressors to explain, or at least not enough stressors that are obvious to explain why you're outside of those limits, is when you're like kind of socially inept. But those get overlooked when people think you're attractive, or like when you get good enough at like responding, again, like in a similar enough manner or like a funny enough manner you can like play off of. Or alternatively, if that person's also a bit neurodivergent, like they're going to play off that even further. So you're either going to be like hot enough to pull it off, say it in a way that's still funny, or somehow just land within bounds and God bless. And the last option is, what's recognizable, which is just completely out of bounds. You're like, Jesus Christ, dude, what's you're like, that's a flag. But that person's probably, they're probably, again, outside in multiple ways. Because as human beings, we do excuse people that we find like more attractive or like more like similar to us in any way. Like, even if you're not attractive like to that person, but you are similar enough to that person, like they share enough qualities, go like, oh, like we view this thing in the same way, they're going to give you more leeway. Like, they don't mean to. It's not it's subconscious. It's a subconscious, like they're going to give you more space for that. Period. And then they think you're more attractive. If you're more attractive, like it doesn't matter.
Life just opens up if you're more attractive. Come on.
You don't have to like have any leeway and so on. Like there is a guaranteed more leeway. Like I graduated high school and I had at least 5 more points in my life. I was like, Christ. No way. Like, not even with like no weight loss. Just immediately graduated high school and they're like, yeah, that was a high school thing. Like that whole weight limitation. You're great. Immediate. Which is ridiculous. And then the amount of people that like are also, watching, more shows and like have either short attention spans or have watched like similar things or have like experienced whatever, that increases so much more. And even older than yourself. And so you're over here like meeting these people that are like, they're not 10 years older. They're like somewhere like 6 or 7 at the most. But you're still able to converse with them. That you still meet them on those levels. It starts to grow like rapidly in comparison to before. I don't know. That's wild to someone who was constantly told, like, I don't want to be your friend because you're weird. Like,
have you been told that?
Yes.
Somebody who doesn't want to be your friend because you're weird.
Like, you're weird or especially you're annoying. The amount that you're annoying is like huge.
Okay, pause. I have to go to the bathroom, but then we're gonna do it. We're gonna pick this up.
Please tell me it's empty.
You want one more? Give me.
Do I want it? No. Yeah. Like, is it like there and it should be finished?
It's only 5 o'clock.
Okay.
You know what that tells me?
We've gone over 6 hours before.
No.
Yes.
6 hours?
I thought. At least it was over 4.
I think we've done close to 5. Have we done 6?
I thought we did 6 before because like when we did 6, I remember having multiple missed calls. And
This
yeah.
is you. I'm gonna grab a beer. You take the
Oh
shot.
my
I'll pick up
God.
the beer, and we'll call
Nicholas.
this. We'll fucking wrap this bitch up.
All right, we're wrapping,
Wait.
but at the same time, like, do you have water in there?
Yeah, do you want a water?
Yes, please. Like, high pitch, please, thank you, etc. I probably should have like done the hair and the 9. It's fine. I refuse to watch these for a reason. And fingers crossed, nobody that I know watches them in the future. We'll see what
You have to
happens.
finish your beer for that. Do we have water? Yeah, we got water. Come on, son. We polished a. What would you say that is? Half a bottle of tequila between the two of those? You know what that tells me?
Max a half bottle.
We have to start doing this more. That's what that tells me.
Oh my God. Because this whole, like, okay, this
You're gonna make this an occurrence.
Okay, you say that every time, I swear to God.
Do I?
This 5th of a bottle has been sitting here for
Since you started coming on. We
about
opened that.
5 years.
We
Yeah, like
opened that.
2019, I think it was the first time I came onto the show.
No, 2020. I didn't start until 2020.
Really?
Yeah.
Fine. Then 2020, if not 2021, but 2020,
I bet you.
we opened that shit. So
I bet you came on
4
pretty
fucking
early.
years. Yeah, I mean,
we
you
polished.
had
We polished the bottle. How many times have you been on?
the
5.
only person that I was like rival with when I first started, like, and had been here a couple times was Dustin.
I was going to say Dustin.
Yeah.
Dustin's been on a few times.
Like, and so I know I've been on here probably 4 times solo, and then 1 time with that other person who I caught myself speaking for, which is also a fucking problem.
So this is 6.
This might be
That's-
6.
God
Yeah,
damn.
maybe. I have to look. I don't know.
What do you think of the space? Any notes or suggestions?
It's a hot as fuck day, so I don't have much.
But it's not crazy. It's not as hot as the old studio was in here, right?
No, this is fine. Honestly, like, I love fuzzy stuff, obviously. Like,
Carpets a sell.
if I could get Molly, I probably would do it in my new place as well because, like, hello, multiple fuzzy rugs,
Come on.
fuzzy ass blankets, fuzzy ass pillows, like body pillows, and like little square ones.
This
like,
is blankets all the way around. There's
yeah,
blankets.
like this could easily be turned into
if you
like
were
a Molly
tripping
spot.
out, this
Just
would
saying.
be high class. This is where you would want to be.
It's not a bad spot for it. Like it's a weird thing to like want. But like my living room should be a spot where you would be okay tripping in or just passing out watching a good movie, and that's where it's at.
I'm going to have have you ever seen those 70s style conversation pits in a house?
Oh my God, yes.
That is going to be in my house someday.
That is what I wanted. Like that old Victorian was literally just the whole environment was I must make this a whole center, which just made you want to do, drugs.
Have you ever done, so you've done the cocaina.
I have done.
What about any like psychedelics?
I have done Molly.
Okay.
And I have
What
done
is Molly
coke.
like? I haven't done Molly.
It's
I've heard
kind
it's
of
very
like
touchy-feely.
weed, like a little bit extra, like weed with like weed plus. Yeah, and I've done some like really intense weed that honestly was like pretty similar, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, people are like, oh my God, like you want to like smash in the 9, to the
Smash in the 9. What does that mean?
smash is like have sex, like
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
they're like,
Did I
oh yeah,
just-
yeah, like yeah,
Okay,
you want to do
boomer,
blank,
what-
and I'm like
Did I just date myself there?
a little bit, and I'm
Wow.
like I don't really relate personally, like I don't really like cool colors, yes, soft things for sure, that
There's a new ketamine treatment
Is that
plant in Eureka called the Center for New Growth that I'm trying to get people to go to. Because I think I haven't done.
trying to
I
get
haven't
people
done.
to go to it.
Yeah, I have some people
my
that
God.
I'm trying to get going to it, but I haven't done ketamine. But I feel like that is probably pretty beneficial for a lot of people.
In the least problematic way, there's like random whatever the fuck that is. And then whatever that is.
It's drywall. That white stuff. It's drywall because I cut.
Oh, thank God.
I've literally. What did you think it was? Coke.
I don't
What, do I
know. Like it
snort this
looks
right
like a
No,
med like
It's drywall. I've literally have been changing this. I probably changed it
okay, then I'm
2
just
times. I
gonna
was trying to finish it before you got here.
do this.
Taping the carpet. Thank you. What do you think of this table?
I didn't know what it was, and so I was gonna leave it because, like,
No,
you know,
it's
people
drama.
get particular about their stuff and
What do you
things.
think of the table, though?
The table is a very nice table, and
Right?
like,
This is cabinet grade.
my only complaint about this table.
Oh no!
I know.
Oh,
I'm
no,
so
you're gonna
sorry.
shit on my
Wait,
dreams.
no. Like, as somebody who is a guest, this like piece under here, at times, like if you're too close, is gonna get in the way of like crossing your legs, which.
Meaning that it's too short and needs to be raised up higher, or what?
Well, that would be too. Yeah, like it's yeah.
too low.
Yeah,
You
it's too
can't
low.
cross your legs. Do you cross your legs usually when you do conversations? Is that your normal sitting stance?
I never thought about my sitting stance, TBH, but I'm sure like crossing is like.
Did you have
common.
a moment where you wanted to cross your legs, but you were inhibited from doing so because of the table?
I had a couple moments, yes, and then I had moved apparently far enough away because I am crossing my legs right now.
There's a inner rectangle, I guess you could say, of 2x4s that is stabilizing the table. And so if you're out far enough from that,
I can feel like
then you
some
bought
cord on the other side.
4 inches.
Yeah.
3.5 inches technically, but
honestly, if you just move this guy like closer to you, it's not a problem.
what do you think of that length there?
This
Yeah.
mic?
Yeah.
I think the mic is fine.
Okay. There's one that I want to get and I will get eventually, but it's $400 and it comes out from the table and swivels in. So it'd be like up on the table.
This one goes all the way over there.
I know, but the other ones look so nice.
Versus
it's so
here.
sleek. It slides right across the top. It's not in the way of your hands.
Okay, like my hands are that's a me problem.
Well,
like if someone's talking with their hands, that is a them problem.
you would
in
be
the
surprised how many
kindest way
people do
possible.
talk with their hands. I talk with
lot.
my hands. I've had to train myself not to bump the mic.
You talk with moving the goddamn mic instead for your hands.
I feel like
And,
that's
like, the
only when
best-
you're on. I'm always like touching the mic, moving it around, trying to
If
adjust
that
it
is
in front of
only
my
in
mouth.
that scenario, that is like,
I feel like I'm
just-
pretty good about it when
God damn it.
I'm talking to a different guest. I don't touch it as much, but I've also been moving around a lot. So I've been trying to, because I've had to pour you shots. I've had to empty these bottles here. We got to do this more.
And killed the Cazadoras.
Killed the cast. I'm going to have to get another bottle of tequila now.
I keep saying, look, I'll bring a bottle, and I never do.
You don't have to. That's what I'm
I
here for.
thought there was still a
I've got,
bottle.
like,
Like, I was
5
not shocked there was still a bottle here, like
Same
semi
bottle.
there. I was like, I feel like there's something there, but I feel like next time I might need to buy one. So
I have guests that drink. The go-tos are usually gin and whiskey.
I
haven't had
do like
anybody else do
gin.
tequila. You like gin?
Yeah, no, like as like me
Not
personally, just
vodka,
chilling.
not whiskey, nothing. What about a Moscow Mule?
Vodka has me taste blood.
Ooh.
I drink a lot
Right.
of vodka straight as a 12 to 13-year-old, I guess. Moscow Mules, I didn't really drink much of because 5.5 like those. So
I like those. With some, I got some Tito's over there.
What's in a Moscow Mule again?
It's vodka,
Mm-hmm.
ginger beer, and lime. It's really good.
Okay, those are all good things. I would actually, that sounds fine. But
Okay, the next one we're opening with tequila shots, and then we're gonna do some Moscow Mules. It's been decided.
Okay.
Obviously, we have to have the tequila still.
yeah, like
because
now there
that's-
has to be next one.
Yeah,
There always has to be tequila because, yeah.
that's the staple.
Yeah. What beverages do you any drink requests? Obviously a tequila shot.
I know. I texted you that. I was like, I know she's gonna say tequila, but I feel like I should ask.
Like, come on. Like,
I was
obvious,
just happy I
yeah.
remembered to text you the new spot that we're not in the same location because I forgot about that. And then I was like, oh yeah, she's not gonna know where we are.
Honestly, like, what is available beverage wise, I can deal with whatever, but like
The location.
not knowing where things are at
Probably
is
critical.
definitely yeah. Yeah, I was happy to at least find out that part because
You were the third person, the third podcast to be hosted in here, which is quite the honor. You might be able to sell that on a shirt to a homeless person someday.
yeah, I would honestly.
I was the
Might as
third
well.
guest in a new studio. I've
Like,
had
listen, I have not had to sign paperwork to be on Growing Pains.
Did you ever sign that contract?
No.
No. Yeah.
No.
Grandfathered in.
You told me I was grandfathered in. And I was like, I was giving the middle finger to 5'5", and I was like, so.
I think I had your ex sign that though, didn't I?
Yeah. You had him sign it, and
fucking call.
And you had explicitly stated like, no, you're grandfathered in, like you've been here from the beginning, and I'm like,
I have everybody sign that.
Just
now.
a terrible. I'm an asshole on that regard, but I was like, fucking sucks to suck.
I had to have him sign it. I have everybody.
Everybody
that comes on now signs that.
No, that is genuinely smart. That's also part of the reason why I don't listen to these after the fact. And if anyone decides to look me up and find these, that is their problem, not mine.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, like if you look this up and you find me, like that's
You're not gonna
on
find
you.
me.
Like they look at like there was like the doctor that had run the ED at our local hospital and had gotten a promotion, like had decided to look me up. And they looked up my name and they found this. And I'm like, anything you see on there is your own problem, not my problem. That's your problem. Also, you're my mom's age.
It's interesting because a lot of people, if you Google them, this podcast is the first thing that comes up, which is really weird.
Yeah.
And I don't know. That's the strangest thing about doing this is I don't actually know who listens to this.
I don't like to listen to me.
I don't like listening to me.
Yeah. I mean, everything else, like, I don't, like, obviously, I will listen to you because you are in every podcast, period. Unfortunately, this is your podcast. So, therefore, like, I don't mind listening to every other podcast, but the ones that have me in it, I'm like, yikes. Everything else, it depends on what it is. So, there's certain ones I'm like, no, thank you. But most of them, not an issue.
I feel that way with everyone that I'm in. I'm like, oh, this. Who the fuck is this guy?
It's a fucking Nicholas. Mia scribing, hey, I'm gonna be on blank, blah blah blah. This is real. You know, this is real first name. I was on a phone call going, yeah, I'm gonna be on this tomorrow. I'll send you the actual name via text for the fact that I'm in a public space region. Like, that's all. Yeah.
I think that's kind of why I went with Nicholas, is because most people don't know me as that. So there's like a little space between me and
Is your podcast like Nicholas Flores?
Yeah. Growing Pains with Nicholas Flores.
I put like by Nick and then in parentheses Nicholas Flores, but okay. Touché.
Yeah, most people say Nick. And so if you Google Nick Flores, I don't think this podcast comes
up. I don't fuck with you as Nick. I fuck with you as Nicholas.
You and maybe
3 other people.
If that. Have me as Nicholas. It's a very select few that know me as Nicholas. Most people know me as Nick now.
I mean, I can't judge. I am barely Angelleigh to like maybe.
Speaking of which, I have you as Angelleigh for the podcast. Do you want that? Or do you want Angel?
No.
I've never actually asked you.
Keep my illegal shit.
Okay.
It's hilarious.
I think I pulled Angelleigh because
it makes me laugh.
I don't remember why I got that.
I think you asked like in the OG time frame, and I had wanted to try and move people towards that. I actually might start signing Angel Space Lee soon. We'll see what happens. Yeah.
Because I've always known you. Obviously, Angelleigh has been there, but it's always been Angel.
Yeah, like I say Angel, but Angelleigh is supposed to be one word aside from the first letter, all lowercase. I might start doing Angel Space Lee with a capital L.
It's kind of weird having 2 names like that, right?
It's so weird.
Get under the radar a little bit.
Well, like it depends on like, is it Social Security or, my birth certificate? Because they have different things and that's wrong. Like, why does my, SSC like have a different name? Like my Social Security card literally says Angel Lee as one word, whereas my birth certificate says Angel Space Lee, which is what my like family signs and so on.
My dad is the most interesting example of that because his actual name was Evaristo. And growing up, he would go by Ivar or Ev because people couldn't say that. And then now it's been changed to Everett. And so I'm named after my dad, my middle name. And so I would tell people, oh, I'm Evaristo, Nicholas Evaristo Flores, but it's actually Everett Flores because that's my dad's current name. So my dad has gone through multiple evolutions of that. And so when we were working together, you would have people come in and say, "Hey, Ivar." And it's like, "Oh yeah, that's my dad." But his name's not. He's gone through like 6 different evolutions of his name because people couldn't pronounce it.
That's kind of funny. Wait, so I'm assuming your dad knows Spanish.
Yeah. Yeah, my dad's fluent.
Is he from Mexico or like?
Yeah, no, he was born here, but his oldest sister was born in Mexico.
His parents, were they born in Mexico?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my grandparents on my father's side were born in, I believe it's Xochicalco, which is a little town outside of Guadalajara, and they immigrated to Mexico, immigrated to the U.S. They'd actually had a power company, in Xochicalco, and things with the cartel had gotten so dicey that they had actually lost. Everything had been taken from them. My dad had uncles that were kidnapped and held for ransom, and shit had gotten really dicey. So my grandfather immigrated here and then brought the family up. My oldest aunt was born in Mexico, and then the rest of the siblings were born in the U.S.
Okay.
Yeah.
Touche. Follow-up questions should be easy to come up with from that, but like, Jesus Christ. Anyway.
Yeah, Mexico is an interesting place.
Well, that's where most people get their nose candy, or Cuba, but let's be honest, if you're in California, it's Mexico. And people just come and go between the two a lot, between California and Mexico, like more than they...
Well, especially back in the day, it was that you know, if you were Mexican, maybe you'd come across the border to work, to send money back to your family. It was a different time back then.
Yeah. And if you're escaping, like, you have hazel eyes.
Hazel, yeah.
Yes. Green, brown.
Correct.
Okay. Touche. Yeah. And again, just people in general would kind of fluctuate. I know 5'5's dad used to come up with different...
It's so funny that you call him 5'5".
It was one...
It's so on one hand, it's so demeaning because it's like, oh, bro's only 5'5", but also, you know.
It's kind of funny though. Like, okay, so like as myself and like...
How tall are you? We got to set a reference point here.
I am 5'7", and I am a bad bitch. So this is... let me just...
Adjust the mic.
Adjusting the mic. Again, my name is Angel. I am 5'7", etc. Blah blah blah. And I had the audacity to date a dude that was 5'5", and just in context, there was a conversation in my group chat of homies that we played D&D with, where they thought, well, like one of my friends, like who we'd grown up with, was like friends with my brother. They're like saying he was very short, and I was over here like, no, Derek is definitely taller than I am, like for sure. And you know, they're talking smack, then I like, no, like Shay's taller, like it's just, anyways, all these things. I was like, okay, as someone who dated somebody for 6 years who was at least minimum 2 inches shorter, and like who did not, like they slouched a fuck ton. So like they made themselves even shorter than that on a routine basis. Derek's been tall. Okay, like as far as I'm concerned, like I grew up with this person. They were always taller. Like they are still taller, even if it's a bare minimum of 2 inches. They are still taller than I am. Like if I have to not look down, that's tall, as far as I'm concerned. Because I spent 6 years looking down was normal height. So if I am not looking down by 2 to 4 inches, you are normal height, if not tall.
A giant.
AF. Yeah, period. Which is wild considering I have tall humans in my family. As far as I'm concerned now, like, yeah. And so thus became 5'5". Like that whole thing created the joke of 5'5", which makes me laugh because they were often probably closer to 5'3" because they just would slouch like crazy and it was ridiculous. Anyway, their father liked to apparently, come with aliases and so on to fool the government and being in America in the 9 and like went through the whole process many times over. And they were, I can't remember if they actually, I think they were genuinely born in America, but their parents weren't, and they just fucked around and found out many times over. And I can't necessarily blame them because, like, on some level, depends on what I'm doing. Like, I might have done the same thing.
Well, the reality is, if you're born anywhere else, especially a third world country, you're gonna want to come here if you could, if the option was presented to you.
It depends. Like, if you're trying to escape certain charges, which obviously they had been, then they can't put the aliases that were not born here and thus couldn't be charged the same if you had been born here. And that's probably the only reason they ever claimed to not be an American citizen was just, yeah, I'm born elsewhere. You can't charge me. Yeah, with these things. So for that, I get it. And for that, that's like one of the few reasons why, well, and certain...
were they actually citizens and they were lying about not being citizens?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
From my understanding, like they were citizens and they had
stuff coming down the pipe.
Yeah, they had wiped their situation clean to the point where, to this day, Lord only knows what they're going under, like name-wise. But they are just a ghost.
I wonder if you could do that today. If you could, maybe not from a state-sponsored actor, but if you could wipe your presence from the internet from mostly everyone else.
It would be a lot harder, I feel like, to like start that nowadays because we're...
But what does that mean? If I wanted to erase myself from the internet with the limited exposure that I have from this podcast.
Did you have your fingerprints done as a child?
Yes.
Okay.
I babysat and I was part of a childcare facility, so I'm definitely in the system. But if it's not a state-sponsored actor,
okay, I literally just going to school in Humboldt County had my fingerprints taken, and I asked my mom about it, and she literally forgot all about it already. She's like, I didn't consent to that, blah, 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 and then I'm like, no, they took my fingerprints and told me it was in case I had gone missing as a child. Like, it's like, I think our fingerprints are in the system. Like, we're screwed. Like, if we go missing, they're going to find us. I mean, if I go missing now, I've been arrested. So, like, they're really going to find me.
Yeah, I've got tracks on you.
Yeah. Like, now I'm officially in the system, which is...
But ignoring that, if I wanted to find you and I wasn't a government official, how hard would it be if you tried to erase yourself?
I would have to have a new name. But like finding my face, it would be there.
Yeah, but what does that cost? Could you pay a couple grand and have...
You could pay less than $20 because White Pages is like $11 to get like the deets on somebody beyond...
I don't know what White Pages is.
Can you know the Yellow Pages? Like the book? Okay, so White Pages is the electronic version of that.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, so like I have like coworkers who are 100% exposed on that. They looked me up and they found 2 people that are like, like they've obviously like been around me. The 2 people that they have on there that were actually legit out of the 4. One was, 5'5" sister that I took care of. And the other one was my brother's ex-fiance from like 2014-15, which makes me laugh fucking ass off because she's crazy as shit with the wildest accusations you come up with. And the other 2 names, I have no idea who they are. And they don't have my current address. They definitely do have my current cell phone, but you can't confirm that without paying. That's still mortifying. That
so if you paid, you can pay.
Yeah, you can literally pay less than $12 to confirm my cell phone number and find me like the rest of the way.
That scares the shit out of me.
It should. Like that is like the legal version of finding somebody. That's not even
it's legal.
Yeah, that's a legal version. That's not even the fucking other shit that I would not know
Pegasus?
Anything about.
This Israeli software that they don't even need like a password to your phone. They just need the phone number and they can get access to everything on your phone.
I have heard a small bit about it, and it is not shocking in the slightest.
People don't understand how unsecure their data is. They think that because they put it in the cloud or because
No, you
they upload it somewhere that it's this safe thing, or even if they just keep it on their phone that it's protected, and it's just not. It's like having a house that is completely made of windows and is constantly recording you 24/7 and then broadcasting that on your windows.
Once upon a time, when you set up your phone, you could say no.
But who did it? Did anyone? How many people have said no to the terms of service for Apple?
Back in the day, they did. All the time. Like, a lot of people said no. But they learned that they would say no. Apple, Samsung, etc., they learned that you would say no. And so they made it to where you couldn't use your phone unless you said yes, unless you opted in. And to have one of their phones, to have basically like one of the few functioning phones in America, you had to say yes. You had to opt in. You had to say yes. Like, who's going to say no to be able to use this thing?
God bless America. Happy 4th of July.
Yeah. Which is why
we should be wearing like flag clothing and...
Hey, I am red, white, and blue. It's fine.
Well, you've got the red and white.
My hair is
I've got
red.
the blue.
My skin is white. My shirt is white. My flannel is blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that checks out.
I mean, hair is quote unquote red because I don't have like real red.
A little more orange, but that's okay. We'll ignore that.
This water has red on its.
It's
fine. It's, orange.
It feels weird that we're in 2024. First off, we're doing a podcast in a garage. A very nicely renovated garage, if I do say so
it's
myself.
A very nicely renovated garage. Okay, come on.
This is hands down, I think, the nicest podcast studio in Eureka, if I do say so myself. But
okay, I don't have much experience, but I would back that. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if there's any other podcasts in Eureka there. I know Eli's got a pod set up, but it's like a recording studio set up out of Arcata. Eli, I'm drawing a blank on his last name. He goes by Juicebox or Juice. He's got Juicebox Audio. It's a recording studio. It's for like music, but they also do podcasts out of Arcata. He's got a pretty sweet setup. His recording studio side for the music looks pretty cool.
Okay.
But in Eureka, I don't know if anybody else is doing this.
I don't know shit about fucking.
I don't know where.
Yeah.
I don't really get out much. I just live in the studio.
I'm
literally going to be living in the studio. So, behind the curtain.
Yeah, behind the curtain.
People won't know that.
Yeah,
we'll cut that part.
And that's your choice or Andrew's choice if he's editing.
Who's Andrew?
Andy Hollis.
Oh, shout out to Andy. No, Andy hasn't been here for
thank you.
A minute. Andy moved.
What?
Andy was here for a couple and then moved. Andy's gone.
Oh.
Shout out to Andy wherever he's at. I gotta text him.
He still pops up on like the, do you want assistance with any of these things?
Yeah.
Yeah, which I knew that he had done like design and so on in regards to cards and sites and all that shit. When he popped up for your stuff, I was like,
Did you do a podcast with him in here? He would switch the camera angles to save me some time. So he would like and pull things up if we were talking about stuff, which is pretty cool.
I never had a podcast with him in here. I just thought he like had assisted with editing.
No,
honesty.
I unfortunately am doing the editing. I got to get somebody else in here because I have a TV behind the curtain, and I would like to have it. Yeah, I would like to have it flipped down from the ceiling so that if we're talking about something and maybe we don't really know, we could pull it up.
Did before, like the podcast that me and Fife just she didn't say like so afterwards.
5'5" is like. I'm so glad that I'm 6'1" because 5'5" would...
I'm sorry, you're 6'1".
I'm 6'1".
Are you sure?
I will die on that hill. Check my license. Okay. What does that mean?
Okay,
are you
licenses don't mean shit. My license says I am a 125 and I am no longer a 125.
I've told, I don't know how many people are out there just lying about their height, but
Okay.
I've had so many people question the fact that I'm 6'1" that it's starting to almost like reverse psyop me. Where it's like, am I? But I measure.
Okay.
I've been measured.
The DMV will not check it, number one. And then number two, it's like I can't trust an ID. But number two, like your medical office, your PCP should check it on a yearly basis, which is how I found out that I am no longer fully 5'7".
Okay, well, according to my doctor, I'm 6'1" because that's what I've been going off of.
Okay.
Is when they measure me
Yeah,
and
if your
then they
doctor
rate you.
just, they recently measured you as 6'1",
Why are
then
you
that's
trying
legit.
to gaslight me into thinking that I'm short?
No,
What is that?
I am reasonably questioning and asking,
Okay, now it's gonna be
for information.
Nick's 5'5". It's tough
That
in this
would-
world.
Okay,
It's tough in this world for a guy that's over 6 foot.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Anyway, listen.
But the TV, that would be cool to
Yes.
have it. So
Yeah,
we could
have
pull
that
stuff
again.
up.
Because, the last time that I saw a TV, we were not in this location. We were,
Did we use the TV the last time you guys were on?
you used a TV at least the last time, like when it was both of us, and the time before that when it was just like,
Because that would be, if we're
Homies.
talking about something and we don't know, we could pull it up and I can
you literally Google that shit. You're like, hold on, let me fact check this. And like with him, like that was, you really should fact check it on like a regular basis. I definitely I caught myself way too often like putting their words into like normal.
You were the
person. Yeah.
translator.
I was like,
for that
the
episode.
translate. Yeah, I was like,
okay,
I was
let me
translating.
Let me take
like,
this Latin and translate it
like,
in English.
who the fuck does that? Number one. Number two, like, why am I like bringing your words into like acceptable terms? Like, you should just be talking like a normal human being to begin with. But anyway, apparently that was my job.
Not anymore.
No. Now I just need to take care of my dog and myself. Those are the big things.
Are you looking for a relationship? Do you think you're ready to?
I am in a relationship.
You're dating somebody now?
I am dating a human being again.
Oh shit!
Yes. They
We're
are.
not gonna bring him on. I'm just throwing that out there right now. It's just you are invited back. Your
Yeah.
boyfriend. I'm sorry if he's listening to this. It's just we just want Angel.
I already said, please don't do it. Like, please don't listen to this. I've already said that.
He knows you're coming on.
I was like, please don't listen. Like, it is 110% me being cringe. But they are also, somebody who works, in medical and then like medical surgical. Because obviously that's a slightly different side that takes a little more. Yeah. Surgery has its own like thing.
Well, just
to
tell
it.
him.
Yeah.
Don't reach out and say you want to come on the podcast, and we'll be cool. Just say, hey, I got my own thing going on here.
I was like,
Sorry.
hey. I'm like,
We're gonna
hey,
just have to.
let's be real. Angel's ridiculous as fuck.
Yeah, but I enjoy us doing these.
It's been years. Okay, it's been
maybe a year
and change, probably.
Has it been a year since we did the last one?
It's been over a year since we did the last one because
You know what my problem is? I have a hard time reaching back out to people because I don't want them to feel pressured to come on and do this.
I mean, I messaged you after this scenario like devolved and so on. It was after August.
Yeah.
I had reached out and was like, I
Well,
was
you said,
out of
"Let's
the
do a
house. Yeah, I was out of the house and I was like, hey, did you want to hike and so on? Like, I didn't reach out for a podcast.
Yeah. Which is my problem. I turn everything into a podcast now.
Yeah. I mean,
I
you
don't-
try to turn a hike into a podcast, but like,
I
physical
don't-
fitness, bro. Let's go.
That has been my biggest issue now that I've realized it is that my social interaction now is only through podcasting. I have a hard time getting out and seeing people in an environment that is not in this.
I've been fully aware of that.
I have not. So that's been news to me.
What, you literally said that like multiple times over. Like you only hang out with your friends. Like
I know, but it's
checking in,
gotten so much worse. I would make rare exceptions like twice a year where I would see people outside of it. And now it's this and work.
I'm not gonna lie, like multiple years ago, I was shocked that you did like come out to the bar and like saw things outside of podcast. I was also shocked that even like after a podcast after that, you still like had them on.
Who? Your ex?
Yeah. 5'5". We had a podcast after that scenario.
I legitimately had him on because I was worried that if I said no, I would, because I invited you on and then it came out that he wanted to come on. And I was worried that if I said I don't want him on, I just want you on, that it would cause some divide.
Oh,
that was my fear. And now I've learned from that and I'll be better for the next one. But that was my fear, is that if I say, and then I thought to myself, okay, maybe I'm just, because I had a feeling it wasn't going to be a great conversation. I was like, maybe this is just me projecting. Maybe I should let him come on and it'll be fine. And then I realized, oh no, I was probably right about that. There was some.
I don't even recall that conversation aside from, I recall myself, of course, interpreting and minimizing things that were said that probably were pretty negative. The vague recollection that I have was going oh no, they mean blank. And who the fuck goes and someone says something oh, this is what they mean, I swear.
Yeah. Yeah. It was it was a good learning lesson. I'm appreciative of that. I feel like I learned a lot from that whole experience.
Learning curve for sure. For sure. The cringe.
That's all right.
It's fine.
Everyone's a little cringe sometimes. You just
go
through it.
That is how I describe myself on this podcast is I am cringe.
Yeah, welcome to the club. I've got 100 and some episodes of me being cringe.
The podcast is great. The episodes that I am in are definitely cringe. I had to separate that note when discussing it. I was please, for the love of God, do not watch me do this. Whereas a random ass doctor decided to look me up via name and found me on said podcast, which is why I'd messaged you.
Yeah, I remember
back in fucking summer.
Oh yeah, my boss saw the podcast.
No, it wasn't even my boss. Some random dude from the hospital. Not random, but this guy that worked at the hospital was
hey.
Yeah, he had made his commentary about it, and I was like, actually, your inference is wrong, number one, and then number two, why the fuck did you watch those? Jesus Christ.
Did that get you into trouble, or was it just a hey?
Oh no, it was literally just a guy. It was in the kindest way possible I can say this on the podcast. It was a 50-something-year-old doctor who had, they had turned 50 in that time frame, had definitely been hitting on myself under the guise of, give me, some recommendations for management and so on. And then I was like, you're my mother's age. They were like, please don't say that. And they had referenced those videos and whatnot. They're like, yeah, X, Y, and Z. And I was like, that's my friend. Thank you for Googling me. That's extra
Thanks
awkward.
For the support on the podcast.
Yeah, that's extra awkward. And okay. And I just didn't respond, moving
Good
forward. Call. But they seemed like a decent human, nothing necessarily wrong there, aside from I do have a personal red flag with anybody who is I must date somebody that's half or younger than their own age. That just feels a
little uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm why? Why is your desire to date somebody that is you've lived twice as long as them, at least?
Where's the cutoff? I'm trying to think. I'm 26.
If you're old enough, maybe 12 years.
12. 12 is a pretty
old, yeah. If you're old enough,
that's 14. So we're obviously drawing the cutoff at 18.
Obviously way older than that.
So 1830 is okay.
If I am past my 50s, if I am into my 60s and date someone into their 40s, that might be okay depending on the situation.
I feel like 40s is the cutoff. Once you get to 50, it's almost like you can go 50s, 40s, but you can't go 50s, 30s.
It's a little weird. No,
it's like Leonardo DiCaprio's out there holding down the fort for
Leo is fucking up.
Why do people get so mad at that he's dating these younger girls?
Well, it's the same thing as the women dating their guys. You shouldn't be doing that.
But women don't care if a girl is older and dates a younger guy. There's no
that is
backlash.
A common misconception. the amount of men that hype it up as hell yeah, go you is why there's less backlash.
I don't think that if you had a girl who's in her 40s, a woman who's in her 40s, dating a guy in his 20s, I don't think there'd be near the backlash if it was reversed.
20s to 40s, as long as it's like...
well, let's say 22 to 44.
Okay,
it's way worse if it's a dude.
So my brain is like 23 is the absolute minimum that like might be okay, depending on what you've dealt
for
with.
you to date or for 40s.
For someone in their 40s, like if they're like they've dealt some shit at 23, maybe they could date somebody in their 40s, but probably not. Let's be honest. Me myself, I forget my own fucking age all the time. Like it is a problem. Like I have to have other people tell me, like, "Oh, you're 26." I'm like, "Really?"
Feels weird.
Okay.
I don't feel 26.
No, not on the slides. And you're like a week younger, like literally a week younger than I am.
Wait,
November
7th.
Yeah, a literal week. Yeah, because I am October 31st.
Yeah.
Same year.
My sister's the 31st.
We've had this conversation.
We have. I feel I'm like drawing back to us. Oh, yeah.
So you're a literal week younger than myself.
So we're same boat.
So same boat.
Basically.
But I was, in the school year ahead of you.
Yeah, but we hung out all the time. It was weird when you guys graduated because then it was like, oh shit.
Yeah, no, that was weird, but Crystal was still dating Kaz. And then once Crystal and Kaz broke up, then everything, I was like, bye guys.
Did you keep in touch? I know you said that you were going to see Crystal.
Weirdly enough, the person that I am dating is also friends with them, but they had like a D&D group.
No, Crystal plays D&D.
Apparently. I have my own D&D group and so on. And so when I found out they were like, I was like,
it was weird hearing you say Crystal's name because I haven't heard her name in years.
Yeah, they could I don't know if they actually showed up because I know like they have a kiddo and everything now. With Jeremy, who they started dating after Kaz, who I had met back then. And so when I showed up at the like truckers parade situation, I had showed up. I was like, it's been like, I said years. A decade, but it had been like 7 years. So I was like, oh my God, it's been like a decade. It feels like, at least for me. So I've seen you people and holy shit, you're still here. And of course, still the same great. Fucking wild. Because the only person I've talked to Cynthia like once or twice. A little bit. I'm like a little bit Mary as well. But of course, Cynthia, 5'5" was not approving of us that friendship. Which is great. So like out of everybody that I've talked to, like I talked to Cynthia probably more than yourself, but like not by much. And probably more when we had broken up for like 2 months. Which was great.
Man, I haven't talked to Cynthia in a long time.
Oh, I saw her for Mavis's like last baby shower, which is a couple months ago. I hella fell like leaving. To me this is funny as fuck though. Like I was leaving like the house and like the main stairs, like go into like the backyard area. I fucking literally took one step, slid like one leg just completely out from underneath me, and then just like, okay, all right, caught myself and was like, all right, cool, and like got
That's
up.
my cue to leave.
I'm like, all right, like it was a great way to vacate the premises on camera because like their cameras were rolling the entire time, which they had on big screen. I was like, this is
great.
This is fantastic. It was also hilarious. Like internally, I was laughing my fucking ass off because I was also wearing like white tights, and so I'm like, these are dirty as shit now. Great fall. And then vacate the process from there. That was the last time that I saw Cynthia, Mary, and Mavis. Which now Mavis had her kiddo. And all humans are obviously happy. Like Mary's been with fucking Brayden for eons. Like I didn't even realize he had like all those situations in high school. I didn't even know he had, had to get, was it colectomy? Like he had he had gallbladder issue, didn't he? Or was it appendix issue? There we go. He had that inflamed, didn't he?
Brayden? I don't know.
He had some fucking shit. Like he had to have some procedure at one point.
I've been thinking I want to get everyone together for like a barbecue or a bonfire and just bring everybody back together.
That'd be wild.
Just to get the old crew together.
I would do it.
I think it'd be fun. You know, I haven't seen those guys. I saw Kaz a couple weeks ago at the gym.
I think I saw I think I saw Dustin recently.
Dustin was on the podcast a little while ago. The old studio.
At the old studio?
All I do is do podcasts. I have a very hard time now of getting myself out of this because of various reasons. But it's just doing this.
I can't judge. Work pays bills.
Well, this doesn't pay the bills, but this is definitely work. I'll give it that. Work pays the bills to do the podcast. That's my MO.
Well, either you're working or you're podcasting.
Something. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're not working or podcasting, like what the fuck are you doing?
I'm at the gym.
Okay, valid.
And then asleep. That's all I do.
Touche. Health sport, of course.
Which they just upped my bill, so I think I'm gonna have to find a new fucking gym.
They got
fucking crazy. It's like $60 a month, which fuck me,
I was paying
man.
like 90 for like.
Planet Fitness is like 12, and I hate Planet Fitness, but I got a buddy that is like working there, and I'm thinking maybe I just fucking bite the bullet and go there.
Okay, but what's even better is like biting the bullet and just buying some weights.
I like the sauna though. I sauna after every workout usually, and that's my go-to. And so having a sauna is kind of critical.
Like sauna is good for like detoxing things.
Sauna's great. Sauna decreases, if you sauna, I think it's 4 times a week at like 170 maybe. It decreases all-cause mortality by like 50%, which is huge. I mean, sauna is so underrated.
Yeah, that is a
sauna's huge.
Number.
Well, and you feel so much better. I don't do the cold plunge because I don't have a plunge yet, but I take cold showers in the morning. And then doing a sauna is just...
Those are huge things, yeah. Like going the full cold and the 9...
Okay,
touche.
We got to do this more.
Yeah,
we got to do this podcast more.
I was thinking of working out in general, but like, the podcast for sure. I'm like over here like thinking like working out. Like I miss
before the gym, so I was like,
I miss dying. Like it's a weird thing to say as a human being, but like I miss like getting to that breaking point and like just barely being able to move past it. Like just that fucking...
I'm going to try to start running in the mornings.
It's fun. I don't know.
That's what I feel like is missing in my life right now, is a morning run before the sun's up. Just embrace the suck when it's cold. I had a dog that fucked with me, that kind of fucked up that whole routine. I was running in the mornings for a while, and I would do it with my sister occasionally. And I had a dog charge me. It got off its leash. I don't know if this lady just let it go or it jerked and it rammed into me, and it was gonna bite me. But I think because I stopped running, that it just slammed into me, and that kind of fucked with me for a little bit, because I was like, what am I gonna? I'm gonna run. I'm gonna carry and then shoot a dog if it charges me, or I mean, what happens in that situation?
Okay. Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah. It was a big dog too. I think I said it was like 90 pounds. I don't know if it was that big. It might have been like 60, but it was a fucking
they
built
can be
dog.
Taller and like looking hella built and not be nearly as heavy as you would think they are. But yeah,
it was a fucking good sized dog. And when it slammed into me, man, if that thing would have bit me, it would have been a real problem.
Yeah.
But people just don't, it blows my mind that people do not train their dogs. I mean, if you had a kid and you just fucking didn't let him go to school, didn't teach him anything, and you were like, why is this kid acting so fucking crazy?
That'd be a fucking problem.
Yeah, you would be a bad parent, but people get dogs, they don't train them, they don't teach them anything, they don't
like, I don't know,
leash train them, and then they attack someone, and it's like, oh my God, this dog's been nothing but nice. Yeah, but you didn't do anything. What
have you done? Like, and I, to an extent, I do understand. Like, Olive was not leash trained at one point. You know, she had only been just allowed off leash at the dog parks and so on and all that. But she got attacked, like, with her dad, 5'5", on walks, like, biting the dog. And
5'5", goddamn.
It's still funny though. But she'd been attacked like while like with 5'5" before, and like she'd also been attacked. By my mom's dog, like when she was living with my mom and I, like and her dog decided like once Olive got to a certain size, like, and like there's a lot of like anxiety in the room. Like my brother's girlfriend was my friend prior to that, and I had definitely like confided in her a little bit or whatever, and she definitely hit me with the like, don't ever talk to me again about your problems when I got back together with 5'5", and it was Thanksgiving. So there was tension. So there's enough tension in the room that my mom's dog finally attacked Olive. And then after that, it was like constant, like anytime that Maya like had started acting up close enough to a human being, Olive wouldn't like let it go. And so now, like, I've had to, you know, I've been walking her and everything. Like, obviously, the scenario had changed to where, you know, she had her own space and whatnot, and her own humans. Now she goes to daycare. She trusts those people to take care of her and like to be on leash and all that. She trusts me to like be around. Like Ross Park is like, that whole area is a very like family friendly, like lots of dogs like on like leash and so that area. Like we get to walk and like another dog will absolutely pop up on a leash and we'll either have to turn or like do whatever. And she trusts my ass to like do that, but she wouldn't do that initially. Like those are things that she had to learn. Like I will watch, see if there's another like, you know, animal, etc., and I will redirect us. And like she'll still like, you know, check back and so on, like, you know, be a little bit of shit about it. Like she'll like looking over her shoulder and all that. But she'll trust if I'm turning us around, there's a reason for it. Like there's something else up ahead that she hasn't seen yet. She's just sniffing because she is a fucking trail sniffing dog. This dog would have been fucking fantastic for hunting. I am 100% sure of that. Like ridiculously so. Like this dog, like she sniffs out a trail like no other. Like it's ridiculous. And she's very friendly, like to humans in general, like overall. But she hasn't been fucked over by a human aside from she does get scared, of course, if humans are loud around her for reasons. Yeah. Which is like part of why she got moved when we moved her. Well, when I moved her. Because obviously, like, you know, it's one thing to be in a defensive spot as like yourself, but like to see someone or something or whatever that you care about, like also in that defensive space, I don't know, it hit different. Definitely. So, yeah.
You just gotta be aware.
Yeah. So you just, you take care of like your animals and whatnot. Yeah. And you used to get better at walking and whatnot. And
it's not like you have a Great Dane that you just fucking don't pay attention to.
I mean, she's
really take on a walk and you're like,
she's a German Shepherd pit and she learns to listen to her mom. If I go, no, we're turning around. No, we're going. And then she like realizes.
It just kills me when people
they don't care.
Shit dogs. And it's not because of the dogs, it's because of the people.
It's the
like
person.
If you raise your kid to be shitty, you can say, oh man, why is my kid shitty? It's you
did this.
Didn't do what you should have done.
Yeah.
But that kind of fucked with me when that thing happened with the dog because I was like, what?
It's pretty consistent.
Yeah. And I like to run early in the mornings. And I mean, I don't have to fucking shoot somebody's dog, and I don't want to be in a position where I get attacked by a dog. And it was just, but I got to pick it back up. I got to figure out what I'm going to do there. But it's good. It's a good mental clearing factor. Just going for an early morning run. And there's nobody out there, and you're just breathing in the cold air and kind of grounding yourself and figuring out, okay, what's the plan for the day?
Yeah. Reevaluating things a little bit.
Trying to figure out your life. Game plan for the day. Okay, where's my life going? What am I doing? Clearly that's not been working because look at where I'm at now, but it's okay.
It's for sure working,
that's all right.
Obviously. You need to borrow a dog, let me know. She'll take dental shoes.
Angel, let's wrap this bitch up. It's 6:00. So I know you got somewhere to be. I got some shit to do. Do you ever plug anything at the end of these?
I have yet to plug something, and I'm okay not plugging things. Like, as far as I'm concerned, search me on your own accord. That is your own fault. You did to yourself, not me.
Okay. I don't have anything to plug either.
Be a good noodle.
Yeah. And take care of your dog.
Take care of yourself and your animals, and understand where people are coming from. Not like, don't be a piece of shit. God bless.
I feel like that's been a recurring theme. Is just don't be a piece of shit.
Don't be a piece of shit.
think we could all live about
Understand other people have things going on. It's not about you in the slightest.
And we're going to do this again. I'll get more tequila. We'll make this a more frequent occurrence. We'll kill these bottles.
Let's go.
Angel, you're awesome.
All right. Close.
189, I think. Something like that. We're out.